150 jokes. So I got another 150 jokes today. I'm going to try and go a little quicker. But check out twitch.tv/SammerTanning. The link to the
Ace, how's it going? Good afternoon. Oh yeah, did I see you're back in Pakistan? So it is afternoon for you. You didn't adjust for me, for little old me. Or I guess it would be close. I don't know. I don't know time zones at all. I don't know anything about anything. So it's not quite afternoon. So you did do the adjustment for me. What a gentleman and a scholar. Okay, you're gonna get some Reddit gold for that act of kindness there. All right. Thanks, Misty. All right, give me a sec to just. Thank you, kind trainer. Give me just a sec. I hope this book has enough jokes. It's gonna be bad if I run out. I think we'll be okay. Yeah, it's always hard for me to figure out the time. Like, yeah, I I don't know. Like, all right, I have it on my phone actually. New York. Um, yeah, so it's midnight. It's heading into midnight New York, which is crazy. It's like sometimes it's 2 o'clock is midnight, but at the moment it's 4 o'clock is midnight. I can forgive him as well because I did the same thing. I accidentally slept. Oh, I didn't go to bed immediately before my match. I just slept through. Anyway. Yeah, so at the moment New York is at midnight's at 4 p.m., you know. So it's figure it out from there. Count from there. That's usually when I'm awake. Is somewhere around 4 p.m. So I calculate it from that. From the midnight. But it changes. Bounces around. Anyway, give me a second here. Get set up. Oh yeah, I wanted to put chat on. Oh, it is on screen. Okay, I've got that going now. Yeah, well, the thing is, I'm like a fucking moron. I'm like a total idiot. I don't know anything about anything, and I can figure out time zones because I take the care to look up what I need to do to correctly convert things. I type current time in whatever place I need, and then I look at the current time, and I just do the fucking addition. I do the subtraction. Anyway. And you know what? I call things by the right name. I call things by the right fucking name. I even suggested, alright, I get it. It's hard to remember if it's daylight savings or not. Just omit the word standard. Just say Eastern Time. E.T. It's like that movie. Directed by Steven Seagal. Alright? God damn. This is a jumper from high school. This is my high school jumper from 2012. And classic me, I put a 4chan meme on the back. Now, what was the great 4chan meme of 2012? What was the great 4chan meme of 2012? In fact, it actually has 2012 in the meme. 2012 is actually part of the meme, so I actually picked a good one. I picked a good meme for the back of my high school jumper here. It would have been really, really dumb if I'd done anything else. It wouldn't have worked. It would have been horrible. But this kind of holds up. It's kind of like, oh yeah, that's good. Not Coney. 4chan meme, not a normie Facebook thing. Yeah, we'll play a little guessing game before we get started with the jokes. The Elite Bot 4.0 is doing stream notifications for me again. Good, I'm back on the bot. Oh, sorry, I'm not paying attention. It is in fact, can we see it? Implying 2012, implying blah 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 blah. Yeah, 4chan is actually good. Once you know what you're doing, once you understand what's going on, it's so much better than Reddit. God damn, it's so much better than Reddit. It's fucking nested. It's nested fucking replies. You end up with a huge pyramid of white space. Nice web design, guys. Really good. Good stuff. That really makes it easy to read. Really makes it a nice website to browse and look at. I don't even know what new Reddit is. I'm talking old Reddit. Every user appears as Anna. It's such a brilliant idea. It's honestly a brilliant idea. It should be just in 4. We should make the Elite. My platform for council. I'm gonna make the Elite forums exactly like 4chan. I'm gonna go do what Moot did and like rip the HTML off 2chan and implement it. The elite.4chan.net, exactly. All right, we're ready for jokes. I want to go quicker than I did yesterday. I want to go a lot quicker than 7.5 hours. Because 7.5 hours, that takes me to like 11. That takes me like less than an hour to New Year's. Not I'm doing anything, but you know, I'm not sure I want to be streaming. Hello from Darvel Lodge. Based on the letters in that, I think I have a guess who that is. That's someone I work with. Everyone else. Alright. Time for jokes. Time for some jokes. Or might be a guy. It might not be a guy I work with. It might be a guy who knows a guy I work with. Anyway. Just based on where I shared this stream announcement. I don't think I have that going. Anyway, we're ready to go. It's time for some jokes. Hold on, I gotta get this thing. Oh yeah. Now we're talking. Now we're cooking with grease. Oh yeah. This is good. All right. In fact, can I get? Oh my god. Read this message because it's highlighted. Such a brilliant idea. It was such a great feature that Twitch implemented. All right. Is everything looking normal? Have I fucked anything up? I think we're good. I think we're good to go. All right. Now, this first joke I read earlier. I don't understand it at all, and it might be because I'm an insane incel, but I don't understand it. So if anyone can explain to me what this joke means, I don't understand. I logistically don't understand it. Oh, that is the greatest feature. Yes, the sunnies, obviously the greatest feature. All right. A couple are having a quickie in the back of a car one day, and the man goes to his lady. He goes, this is great, but why are your ankles banging against my ears? Why are your ankles banging against my ears? And she goes, I've still got my tights on. So like. So her tights are down around her ankles, and he's tucked his head between them, and then to do missionary, and then the rocking, and it's like bouncing around like this. I don't know. Is that what it's getting at? That must be what it's getting at. Off to a rip roaring start. God. Oh no. There was some really, really bad ones, yeah. There were some nasty ones. There were some real nasty ones. And yeah, in terms of joke quality, that was pretty bad. Alright, this next one's a little better. Next one's picks up a little bit. It's about three sisters. So three sisters, right, are three sisters. They're thrifty. They're thrifty, these sisters, and they're really close. So what they do is they decide how about to save money, we'll combine all of our weddings. We're all getting married around the same time. Let's combine it into one wedding, one big wedding, just to save a little money, a little cash. Oh, never mind. And so then, and they're, to be even further thriftier, they're like, all right, let's do this. Let's just have a honeymoon at home. We all live together with our parents. Let's just have our honeymoons at home as well. And they all agree, and it's all fantastic. They have a great wedding. Goes off without a hitch, except for three of them. Oh, my own little joke in the middle of the joke. And then they go back home and have it's the wedding night. So you know what goes on. You guys know what happens on the wedding night, and the mother in the middle of the night is going to the kitchen to get a warm glass of milk, and she walks past the eldest sister's bedroom, and she hears screaming, and she's like, "Oh, it's their wedding night. That's normal." Then she walks past the middle sister's room, and she hears laughter, and she goes, "Well, that's normal too." And then she walks past the youngest sister's bedroom, and silence, total silence. But she doesn't think anything of it, and then goes to the kitchen, gets a glass of milk, goes back to bed. Well, the next morning, all the husbands go off to work, and the mum is sitting there with the three daughters around the breakfast table, and she's like, "So, eldest daughter, there, did you have a good night last night? I heard a lot of screaming going on. What was all that about?" And the eldest sister goes, "What did she say?" "Oh yeah, well, mum, you always said if it hurts, I should scream." And the mum chuckles to herself. "That's true. You're absolutely right, sweetheart. I did tell you that. Good job." And then the middle sister's like, "Oh, what about what was all the laughter about last night?" And the middle sister goes, "Well, Mum, as you taught us all, if it tickles, I should laugh." And the mother she chuckles to herself again. Sweetheart, you're absolutely right. I did teach you that. That's so very, very true." And then she goes, "But youngest sister, why was there no sound from your bedroom? Why was it so quiet? And the youngest goes, "Well, Mum, you always said I should never talk with my mouth full." Suck job. God. Oh no. Oh no. This is another joke. This is a joke that Norm has told on Conan. But this version of it's particularly nasty. Norm makes it like a gay joke on Andy Richter. Anyway, a couple are going through some hard times. It's rough out there financially. They're going through Biden's America, and the inflation's out of control, and they need to make some extra cash. And they decide that the wife will become a prostitute, sex worker. And so the husband takes his wife, dresses her up as you do, and he drops her off on the street corner in a rough neighborhood, a rough area of town, and then he drives off. That's his wife. That's his betrothed. Next morning, he comes and picks her up, and her hair's a mess, her makeup's all smudged, she looks like shit, basically, and clearly needs to go to bed. And she gets in the car and she says, "Look, honey, I made $400.50." And the guy's like, "Well, who on earth gave you 50 cents?" And she said, "Every one of them." Quick arithmetic, that's 901 dudes. Jesus Christ. All right. This involves a bus, but it doesn't. Not a bus accident. There's a change of pace from last stream. A hippie. How's this for a dubious scenario? A hippie gets on a bus, and he sits next to a nun, and he says to the nun, he goes, "Hey nun, would you like to have sex with me?" And the nun's a little taken aback, and she politely goes, "No, thank you," and then she gets off at the next stop. And the hippie's sitting there, and then the bus driver says, "Hey, buddy, I know how you can have sex with that nun." And the hippie's like, "Oh, yeah, you do? Well, pray tell, how can I have sex with that nun?" And the bus driver says, "Here's what you do. I know that nun, and every Tuesday night, she goes to the cemetery, dead of night, midnight, and she prays. She prays for hours. She does this every week, every Tuesday night. And I bet if you were to go there with a robe and some glow-in-the-dark paint, you could convince her that you're God, and that she has to have sex with you to grant, and you'll grant her prayers." And he was like, "Well, that sounds like a brilliant idea. I'm going to do just that." So he goes and gets himself some glow-in-the-dark paint and a nice big white robe, and he waits for Tuesday to come around. It's midnight. He goes to the local cemetery, and sure enough, he sees the nun praying by a tombstone, and he approaches her and he bellows out in his deepest voice, "I am God, and I command you to have sex with me." And the nun is obviously shocked, but the nun agrees to the sex. However, the nun says, "I'll have sex with you, God, but can it please be anal sex? Because I don't want to lose my virginity, because I'm married, obviously, to the church." And this is permissible to the hippie. So the hippie goes, "Yes, absolutely, yes, that's fine." Anyway, they get down to business in the dark of the cemetery, and they have anal sex. Hippie on the nun, and then when he finishes, they're lying there in the dirt, and the hippie he pulls off his robe, and he goes, "Hey nun, I gotcha! I'm the hippie, haha, got ya!" And then the nun pulls off her robe and goes, "Hey, I got you! I'm the bus driver." Crazy joke. This one's rough, and this one, I'll show you. This one comes with a picture. We'll show the picture afterwards. A man's at home, and he's watching some TV on a Friday night, and he's eating peanuts, right? And he's like throwing them in the air and catching them in his mouth, like people do. He's doing that, and then he throws one up, and when it hits its apex, his wife asks him a question, right? And so he turns his head. He turns his head and then looks around the corner to answer his wife, and the peanut lands in his ear. And he tries to get it out, but he accidentally pushes it further in, and they can't get it out. He gets his wife, Marjorie, I got a peanut in my ear. Can you get this peanut out of my ear? And they can't get it out. And they're about to go to the emergency room when all of a sudden their daughter comes home with her date, and she's like, "What's wrong? Where are you guys going?" "Oh, we're going to the emergency room. I got a peanut in my ear." And the date, the daughter's date, says, "Oh no, that's not necessary. I can get that peanut out of your ear." And so they sit the dad down, and then the date guy, the guy puts his fingers up the dad's nose and tells him to blow as hard as he can. And so he does it, and pop, peanut comes out, and that's great. And he says, that's thank you very much, And then they go. Then the guy says good night, and the daughter goes to bed, and the guy leaves. And then the Marjorie is going, "Man, what a bright young lad. That guy's a real straight shooter. I wonder what he'll be when he grows up." And the dad said, "Well, from the smell of his fingers, he's going to be our son-in-law." Kind of a nasty one. That's the man's daughter. That man's sniffing his daughter. Gross, man. The gross one. And there's a picture. That's the kid. That's the kid with the finger. That's one of his fingers. That's one of the fingers he used. No, we're not playing video games anymore. It's time to grow up. Grow up and tell some jokes. Three prostitutes, sex workers. Three sex workers all live together, and they're actually mother, daughter, and grandmother, and they all live together, and they're all sex workers. And the daughter comes home, and the mum goes, "Hello, Rebecca. How'd you go tonight?" And And Rebecca goes, "No, not so good actually. I only made $20 from a blowjob." And the mother goes, $20? Good lord! In my day, we'd be lucky to get $5 for a blowjob. And then the grandmother chimes in and she goes, $5? Back in my day, we were just happy to have something warm in our stomachs. Presumably it was the Depression, you know. Food was scarce. Woman walks into a bar, and there's a very attractive man sitting at the bar, reading a book, reading a great big book. I think it was this one, reading a great big book. And she goes, hello, sir. She's trying to like raise him up. Do you like movies? And he's like, yes, I do like movies. And then he goes back to his book. And then she's like, do you like gardening? And he's like, yes, I do like gardening. And he goes back to his book. And so, she goes, well, I don't know. She's trying to think of anything, anything to try and do this. So she goes, say, sir, do you like pussycats? And with that, the guy drops his book, walks right over to her, and he fucks her right there on the bar. And they just let it happen. The staff just let it happen. And best sex of her life. And then after they're done, they're sitting there on the bar, and the lady goes, How did you know that was what I wanted? And the guy says, the guy thinks for a moment, and he goes, How did you know my name was Cats? How about that, indeed? Oh my god. Jim phones his office one day and he goes, boss, I can't come in today. I'm sick in bed. And the boss goes, well, exactly how sick are you, Jim? And Jim goes, well, I'm in bed with my sister. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Holy Lord. I didn't even know he was sick. That was the first thing I said. King and a queen rule a kingdom, and the king actually is a microcock. One of the good guys, I call it. He has a micro penis, so the queen has to fuck every Tom, Dick, and Harry. It says in the book, has to fuck everyone in sight to satisfy herself. I guess when I said she's a queen, I guess she's a fucking size queen. Anyway, the eventually the king kind of catches on though. He gets a little suspicious, so he goes to the local magician. He goes to the local magician, and he orders the magician to put a spell on his wife's area. You know, you know what area I'm talking about. I'm sure you guys weren't born yesterday. You know what area I'm getting at. And the the magician puts a spell on an area that if any elongated object approaches the area, it'll be sliced off clean, surgical. Won't kill the guy, be clean, it just kind of disappeared basically. Well, then the king goes off and he goes on on a little, what do you call it? What do you call it when you take your crew? You take your army dudes and go pillage the next town over. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those clean cuts. It's one of those. It's done with like the Mystic Gear special where it's like that hot knife. Yeah, the king goes on an expedition for a week, and when he comes back, he orders every guard in the palace, and everyone every man in his whole castle to take his pants down, and much to his chagrin, but perhaps not his surprise, every single person has had their penises removed. Every single man in his castle has become dickless, thanks to this magician's spell on the queen's area. Except for one man. One man. The minister. The minister pulls his pants down. He's totally intact. Nothing's absolutely normal. And he applauds the minister for his loyalty. And then he asks the minister, "What do you think the punishment should be for the men that betrayed me with my bitch whore of a queen over there?" And the minister replies, because he doesn't have a tongue. He lost it. His tongue's gone. His tongue's gone. His tongue is gone. We made it out of the "that's disgusting" section. So next you're up to happy families. So this would be a nice one. I guess two tongue. I don't understand. This is not good. This next one's not good. Okay. A couple of high school sweethearts. It's getting to the end of high school, and they decide they're going to different universities on opposite sides of the country, and so they decide they're going to stay together and they're going to be faithful to each other. Hello. And so they decide they're going to be faithful, and then as time goes on, they're doing the long distance thing, and eventually the woman's she'll answer the calls a little less, ignoring emails, and it gets kind of worse and worse, basically to the point where she never responds at all, never even talks to the guy, and eventually she confesses that she's met someone new and she's been seeing them, and they should break up, and the original guy, he can't take it, so he keeps trying to call. He keeps trying to win her back, and he's just calling and emailing, just constantly pestering her. Eventually, she gets so fed up that she takes a Polaroid picture you know what she's doing. You know, you know what she's doing with her new boyfriend. So takes a photo of that. No, no, his nether regions. His nether regions. Um, um, she takes a photo, and there's a little note along with the Polaroid saying, "I have a new boyfriend. Stop calling me." And the guy's understandably upset. So what does he do? What does he do? He takes the Polaroid, writes on the back of it, "Dear Mum and Dad, I'm having a great time at uni. Please send some more money." And then he emails it to her. He mails it off to her parents. What a great joke. What a great joke. What a fantastic joke that one was. That's a good joke. All right. A woman has just given birth to twins. It was very difficult labor. She had to be anesthetized, and eventually they went for a cesarean. So the mother was a little out of it for a little while after the birth. When she starts to come to, a nurse comes in the room and says, "Congratulations on the twins, a little boy and a little girl. They're very, very beautiful, totally healthy, and everyone's doing great, and you're doing fine. It's all going to be fine." Now, one thing though, your brother is here, and he's actually taken the liberty of naming the twins. And would you like to hear the names? And she goes, "Oh my god, I know my brother. I bet he gave him really stupid names." And we're obviously not going to put those on the birth certificate because it's going to be really stupid. And so, what are the names? And the nurse goes, "Well, he named the little girl Denise." And she goes, "Oh, Denise, that's not bad. That's actually I don't mind that name. Denise is actually quite a nice name. What did he call the boy?" And nurse says, "The boy's going to be called Denephew." I like that one. I like that one. That one's a nice one. That one's not evil like a lot of the ones we've told today. Like kind of like this. This one's a little more evil. uh, a woman gets on a bus. A lot of bus jokes, but this time no horrific accidents that end up with them all at St. Peter. Woman gets on a bus holding a baby. Maybe it's the nephew. Um, and as she gets on, the bus driver goes, "Jesus Christ, that is the ugliest baby I have ever seen." And the woman is like disgusted and furious, but she doesn't say anything. She just goes to the back of the bus, takes a seat, and she's fuming, angry. And then she goes, so she has to tell someone. So she tells the guy sitting next to her, "The bus driver, when I got on, was so rude to me. He said one of the most insulting, offensive things I've ever heard." And the guy's like, "You know what? You should go back. You should go back and give the bus driver a piece of your mind. Really, really tear into him. Go on. Go yell at the bus driver. I'll keep an eye on your monkey." Um, These are getting like stupider, which they're getting like better. In my opinion. A woman's taking an afternoon nap, and she wakes up when her husband comes home from work, and she goes, "Honey, I just had a dream that you gave me a pearl necklace for Valentine's Day. What do you think it means? What do you think my dream means? You giving me a pearl necklace on Valentine's Day?" And he goes, "Oh, honey, you'll find out tonight. I guess it's Valentine's Day." Yeah, you'll find out tonight what that dream meant about the pearl necklace. You'll find out tonight, honey. And after dinner, the husband pulls out a present, and the lady opens the present, and inside was a book called "The Meaning of Dreams." Two cannibals are eating dinner, as they do, and one of them says to the other, I really don't like my mother-in-law, and the other cannibal says, well, just eat your chips then. It's too obvious, It's too There's nothing else other than they're cannibals, so of course you're gonna think they're eating their mother. This is overheard at the overheard in the home. This is a little dialogue one. Husband goes, "Shall we try a new position tonight, honey?" And the wife goes, "Yeah, sure. You stand by the ironing board. I'll sit on the couch, drink beer, and fart." I don't know. That sounds too hard. That sounds impossible. There's no way you could. There's no way to go with that premise. No way you could write a joke that starts like that. um, Newlywed farmer and wife are they're living on a farm. All this comprehensible joke is, I don't know. What's that dog one? The Sumerian one? That's not. Is that understandable? The dog walking into a bar. Maybe 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 it's a donkey eating your figs. That's pretty funny. I understand why that's funny. That'd make me laugh. Um. Anyway, newlywed farmer and but they got married and the farmer's never met his mother-in-law before, and he was hoping that he's heard a lot of horror stories about mother-in-laws, but he's hoping they would have a nice relationship. Well, unfortunately, she comes and visits the farm, and she's just nagging the whole time, giving unwarranted advice, just basically being a huge bitch, really making life miserable while she's staying there. Well, one day they're in the barn and she's yapping, she's yapping about some nonsense about how he should run his farm, and all of a sudden his donkey kicks its legs up and kicks the mother-in-law in the head and instantly kills her. And this is obviously a huge shock, even though she was like being a bitch. That was my mother-in-law, that was my wife's mom, just dead instantly. And well, anyway, they have the funeral service, and they do the thing where they stand there and everyone walks past in a line and offers their condolences. And the pastor is watching this unfold, and everyone's you're talking to the husband, and he notices that every time a woman talks to the husband, the husband nods his head and goes, yes, it was. And anytime a man would walk past, he'd shake his head and go, no, I'm sorry. And so the pastor was very confused by this behavior. So he asked him afterwards, why were you saying yes to every woman and no to every man? And the farmer husband dude goes, well, every woman was saying, oh, it's a really terrible thing, isn't it? And I'd nod my head and go, yes, it is. And every man who came by would say, hey, can I borrow your donkey? And I'd have to go, no, I'm sorry, it's booked out all year. I think they work better if you just stop it. Can I borrow your donkey? Crypto Speed with 2 separate 1-bit donations. Thank you very much. This is a Dirty Johnny joke, apparently. Thank you for the 3rd bit. Dirty Johnny's at school, and a classmate tells him, every adult is harboring a very dark secret. And so, if you just go up to him and go, hey, I know the whole truth, you can blackmail him. You don't even have to know what it is. Thanks for the 5 bits. You don't even have to know what it is. And Dirty Johnny's like, well, let's give it a go. So he goes home and he goes up to his mother and he goes, hey, Mum, I know the whole truth. And the mother quickly gives him $20 and says, oh, just please don't tell your father. He's like, all right, this works great. So then he goes to his dad and says, Dad, I know the whole truth. And the dad quickly gives him $40. Like, okay, please don't tell your mother. He's like, oh man, this is great. Then next morning, the mailman's coming, and he goes up to the mailman and he goes, I know the whole truth. The mailman suddenly drops his mail bag and he takes off his hat, gets down on his knees, and he goes, well then come and give your daddy a hug, Dirty Johnny. Thanks for the 49 bits. 49 bits. I had to count them, but it says. Yeah. This has been using Little Johnny, but I've been saying Dirty Johnny because I know they're the same thing. Thanks for the bit. Okay. Okay. Thanks for the 20 bits. All right. A father and son are going fishing one day. What's the truth about Frigate 21? I'll answer that question after this joke. Father and son are fishing one day, and all of a sudden, thanks for the bit. All of a sudden, the boy, the son, became very curious about the world around him, and he started asking his dad a lot of questions, like, "Dad, how is this boat floating?" And the dad responds, "Don't rightly know, son." And Dad, how do fish breathe underwater? Don't rightly know, son. Dad, why is the sky blue? Don't rightly know, son. Well, this goes on for a while, and then eventually the boy goes, "Dad, am I annoying you? Do you mind me asking all these questions?" And the dad goes, "No, not at all, son. Hey, if you never ask questions, you never learn nothing." So to answer your question, the truth about the Frigate 21, don't rightly know, son. Hapless Jimbo is the elite variant of Little Earner. Thanks for the several bits. I missed a few. This is overheard. At Dirty Johnny's house. It's another dialogue one. Overheard at Dirty Johnny's house. This is Dirty Johnny starting. "Mum, when I was on the bus with Daddy this morning, he told me to give up my seat to a lady." And Mum goes, "Well, you've done the right thing." And Dirty Johnny goes, "But Mum, I was sitting on Daddy's lap." A rip indeed. I mean, there's so many bus ones. Another bus one. This one's a little... This one's offensive to homosexuals and sex workers. But I'll tell it anyway. A little kid gets on a bus and he's jumping around and he's hello from Germany. Yeah, you know all about Little Earner jokes. Thanks for the bits. Kid gets on the bus and he's running up and down the hall of the bus, you know, the aisle, I guess, and going, you know, if my dad was a bull and my mum was a cow, I'd be a little bull. You know, and he keeps saying things like, if my dad was an elephant and my mum was an elephant, I'd be a little elephant. And he's running up and down. He keeps screaming stuff like this. And he does with all sorts of animals. Then eventually the bus driver gets fed up and he's like, "Hey kid, what if your dad was gay and your mum was a prostitute?" The kid's like, "Then I would be a bus driver." Also, it's also offensive to bus drivers. Everyone got roasted in that joke. I think we could change that. Yeah. If my if my father was Phil Bezgabov and my mother was Rebecca Smiths, I'd be a faked frigate run. I would be a bus driver. Thank you for the 11 bits. Oh no, I'm not a real bus driver. I'm not a welder. That's a good joke. 6-year-old boy calls his mother on the phone, and thanks for the fake bit. Calls his mother on the phone and says, "Mom, I got some bad news. I was throwing a football around at my friend's house. I'm at my friend's house, and we broke a lamp. We broke a lamp playing football in the living room. He said, yeah, but he goes on, but mum, hey, but it's okay, mum. You know, it's all right. You don't have to worry about replacing it because Charlie's mum said it was irreplaceable. Thanks for the fake bits and the more fake bits. Any beers Germany style? No. Just that. Just I got beers Australian style. Um, Bill and Linda want to get a little frisky on a Sunday afternoon, much like the one we're in right now. They want to get a little frisky, but they got this 10-year-old kid, and they don't know what to do with him. They don't know. They got to kind of get rid of him. It's 4:30. You can figure it out from there. That's like what, 8.5 hours? No, 7.5 hours. Yeah, 7.5 hours. They want to get frisky disky, exactly. Thank you. But they don't know what to do with their 10-year-olds. They decide, hey kid, why don't you go out on the balcony and report on everything all the neighbors are doing? You know, give us a report on all the neighbors. We'll be in the other room. We'll be listening. But you stay out on the balcony and you give a report. And so the boy begins his commentary, and he's like, oh, there's a car getting towed from the. You heard this one? There's a car getting towed from a car park, and oh look, oh, an ambulance just drove by. You know, and a bit of a pause. Oh look, the Smiths have company. You know, yes, Mrs. Smiths is putting out the laundry. Oh look, Phil's got a new bike. You know, and the Coopers are having sex, and suddenly the mum and dad, they stop and they go, "How on earth do you know that?" And he goes, "Well, their kid's standing out on the balcony too." A husband and wife are having passionate sex, and after they're done, the husband um, is he's going to the kitchen to get a glass of water. Um, and he's wearing nothing, but he's completely naked except for a condom. And as he's walking down the hallway, he actually bumps into his son, his 8-year-old son. And the kid goes, "Dad, what the hell are you doing?" And the dad, he doesn't want to. Middle of the night, he's tired. He just had sex. He wants to go to sleep. So he can't be bothered explaining sex and birth control and everything to the kid. So he just goes, "Ah, I'm trying to catch a mouse." He just makes something up. "I'm trying to catch a mouse." And the kid looks mortified. He's like, "What are you gonna do when you catch it? Fuck it?" And on that note, we're heading into the animals section of the book. So expect more bestiality jokes. All right. A police officer is the first responder on a horrible car accident. The car went into a tree, and there are two dead people in the car. They're like flung out of the window, like a horrible, horrific car accident. And he's looking at the wreckage, trying to figure out what the hell happened. And all of a sudden, a little monkey appears from behind a bush, and the officer looks down at the monkey and he goes, "God, I wish he could talk." And the monkey actually, actually looked up at the officer and started nodding his head. And the officer was like, "Do you understand me?" And the monkey nods his head again. The officer's like, "Well, here we go. We have a witness. Monkey, did you see what happened?" And the monkey nods his head. And then the monkey pretends to have a can in his hand and pretends to drink it. And the officer goes, "Oh, they were drinking?" And the monkey nods his head. It's like, oh my god, what were they doing? Anything else? And yeah, and then the monkey does this. Monkey does that. And the cop's like, "They were smoking dope. They were smoking dope and drinking." And the monkey then nods his head, and then the monkey goes, and the police officer's like, "They were fucking too?" And the monkey nods his head. The police officer's like, "Let me get this straight. They were drinking, they were smoking marijuana, and they were having sex?" And the monkey nods his head, and the police officer asks, "Well, what happened? Well, how did they crash?" And then the monkey points at himself, and then he does this. The monkey was driving. What a twist! It's like the end of The Usual Suspects. This one's a business story. So there's a local business, and they were trying to hire someone, probably to like handle dealings with China or something. And the help wanted sign said, help wanted. You must be able to type. You must be good with a computer, and you must be bilingual. And we are an equal opportunity employer. Well, after a few hours of the sign being up, a dog comes along, and the dog walks up to reception, and then gives a little whine, and then puts his paw on the sign. And the receptionist understands what the dog wants. The receptionist goes and gets the manager, and to give the dog an interview. And so the manager takes the dog back into the office, and he's like, "I'm sorry, dog. I know you want the job, but I can't hire you. You're a dog. You're a dog, and I need someone. As the sign said, I need someone who can type." And at this, the dog immediately jumps over to a typewriter that was in the room, and types and starts typing up a storm. And it's perfect English. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Absolutely just perfect. But the manager goes, "Well, that's very impressive, dog, but I also need someone who can use a computer." That the dog then jumps to the office manager's computer and shows off his skills with Excel and Microsoft and stuff. And now the office manager is obviously extremely impressed. He's like, "But dog, it's very impressive and you're a very smart dog, but unfortunately, as the sign said, I need someone who is bilingual." And then the dog looks straight into the office manager's eyes and says, "Meow." There's a guy with a 25-inch cock, and he goes to a doctor and complains that no woman will have sex with him because his cock's too big. Something we can all relate to, I'm sure. And the doctor says, "Well, I'm sorry, there's nothing medically I can do for you, but I do know a witch. Here's a number for a witch. Maybe she can help you." And so the guy with the 25-inch cock goes to the witch and goes, my cock's too big. I need him. Can you make it smaller?" And she goes, "Well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Go into this forest, and in the center of the forest you'll find a pond. Living in that pond will be a frog. He wants alone. No, will be a frog. And if you ask the frog to marry you, every time the frog rejects you, your penis will grow 5 inches shorter." And the guy's like, that's absolutely ridiculous, but I'm willing to give it a go. So he goes into the forest, and he goes into the pond, and he finds the frog, and he goes, "Frog, will you marry me?" And the frog says, "No." And sure enough, his penis gets 5 inches shorter. Yes, grow shorter. That's fine. I knew someone would comment on that. It gets 5 inches shorter. Now he's got 20-inch cock. Well, by God, this works. But 20 inches is still way too big. Still way too big. So I'll ask again. "Hey, frog, will you marry me?" And again, the frog says no. And his cock becomes 15 inches. Now he thinks, well, 15 inches is a lot better than 25, but it's still pretty big. I reckon 10 would be perfect. I'll ask it one more time. Hey, frog. Hey, frog. Will you marry me?" And the frog is frustrated with the constant questions. And the frog goes, "No, no, and for the last time, no." So now his cock is 0 inches. All right. I need to take a short break. We're doing well on pace, I think. 25 in about an hour. So we've got about 5 hours left. But short break. I want to zoom through these. I'll be back shortly. Where's my thing? Isn't a third 21 a second 21 dupe? That's like a thought to ponder on the loo. Anyone remembers those from yesterday? No. Should I drink a beer? It's New Year's. It's New Year's flippin' Eve. Of course I should drink a beer. All right. Time for a trivia question, actually. Oh, come on, man. In which Olympic sport do competitors use foils? I obviously know the answer. This one's for you, chat. Well, you tell me if you were right. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, camera. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, there we go. Now I can go in. We got there. Look at my gross ass long nails. I should cut my nails. I got my thing here. What is all this shit, man? Here we go. Oh my god. Well, they weren't dirty. They're not dirty. They're just kind of long. It's a little long. A little long. I mean, I've had longer. Fuzzy runs autofocus. Now trimming stream? Yeah. Deep cuticles? Are they good? I've always felt I've had pretty good nails, to be honest. These ones are a little dirty, but and these ones are cleaner because I cut them with my right hand. Yeah. Anyway, enough finger ASMR. Oh, that's right, I got a beer. Cheers, everyone. Happy New Year. This is not a Coke. This is not a Coke. What does that say? Brewery Fresh. Over 150 years of brewing knowledge in every bottle. All right, a man's driving down the road with 20 penguins in his back seat, and a cop pulls him over, and he says, hey, buddy, you can't be driving around with 20 penguins in your car. Take him to the goddamn zoo. And the guy goes, all right, that's a good idea. I'll take him to the zoo. Well, next day, again, policeman sees the guy driving around with 20 fucking penguins in his car. And he's like, and he pulls him over, I thought I told you to take those penguins to the zoo. And the guy goes, yeah, I did, and today I'm taking them to the movies. Heard this one before. All right. A lawyer from Dublin. It says here, a lawyer from Dublin is hunting in the farmlands of the West. It says here, and he's hunting in the farmlands, and he shoots a pheasant. But the pheasant lands on the other side of a fence, and so the lawyer starts clambering over the fence to get his kill, and the all of a sudden an old man appears and goes, "What are you doing on my property? What are you doing?" And the guy's still on the fence, the lawyer, and he's like, well, I just shot that bird, and I'm just climbing over your fence to go get it. And the old farmer goes, listen, this is my property, and you are not coming on my property. I don't care what you say. You ain't coming over. He's got a gun. And the lawyer goes, well, listen, you old fuck. I'm the best fucking lawyer in Dublin, which means I'm like top 10,000 lawyer in the world. If you don't let me onto your property to steal a bird, I'll sue you for everything you own, you old man. And the farmer's like, well, that's one way to go, but down here we do things a little differently. I guess not down here, they're west. Over here we do things a little differently. Here we settle things with a 3-kick game. Here's how it goes. Talking to a Northern Irishman, yes. Here's how it goes. We each take turns kicking the other guy 3 times. And, I'll go first, then you'll go, then I'll go, then you'll go. And the first one to give up loses. And the lawyer thinks, well, he's an old man. I think I can probably take him. So the lawyer agrees, and so the old man goes first, and he first kicks straight into the lawyer's groin. The guy doubles over. Then the old codger kicks the lawyer straight in the face and breaks his nose. Then the guy's like lying in a puddle of blood and tears and snot. And then the farmer kicks him in the kidneys, and the guy screams out in pain. And after about 10 minutes of rolling around in pain, the lawyer stands up, and he goes, "All right, old man, my turn." And then the old man goes, "No, I give up. I give up. I give up. Here's your bird. Goodbye." That is actually funny. Well, this next one's not. Well, you be the judge. A little girl asked her mother if she can take her dog for a walk. This joke doesn't make any fucking sense. Asked her mum if she can take the dog for a walk, and the mum goes, "No, Susie, you can't. No, Rebecca, you can't take the dog for a walk because the dog's in heat." And the girl says, "What does that mean, in heat?" And she says, "Go ask your father." Rebecca goes to her father and goes, "Dad, can I walk the dog? Mum said I can't because the dog's in heat. What does that mean?" And without saying a word, the dad grabs an old rag and douses it in gasoline and rubs it on the dog's rear end. Don't ask me why. That's what he did. That's what he did. And then he said, "All right, honey, now you can go. You can take the dog for a walk." Well, after about 5 minutes, the Rebecca comes back home without the dog, And the dad's like, Rebecca, where's the dog? And Rebecca says, well, the dog ran out of gas about halfway home, and now another dog is pushing her back here. A male and a female whale are swimming off the coast of Japan, and they come across something amiss occurs. They come across a whaling ship, and the male whale recognizes the ship's name. It was the same ship that harpooned his father many moons ago. Many decades ago. How old do whales get? Pretty fucking old, aren't they? It's the same ship that harpooned his dad many decades earlier. And he decides he's going to get some revenge. And so he goes to the female whale and he goes, "Hey, listen, if I go under the bow, you go under the stern, and we both we both blow our blowhorns underneath the ship, we could tip it over. We tip it over and drown all the seamen, drown all the sailors. Kill them all. Get some revenge. Get a little revenge." And she's a little reluctant. She goes, "All right, well, let's give it a go." And they do it, and by Jove, it works. Ship tips over and it sinks. They're all happy and celebrating. But then the male notices that some of the sailors are swimming to shore, and enraged at the thought that some of these sailors would get away. These evil whalers would get away. These evil Japanese whalers would get away. He says, hey, how about this? We go swim up to them and we eat them. We eat them and kill them by eating them. And the female whale goes, listen. You talk me into the blowjob, but there's no way I'm eating the semen. I fucked up and said the word. I said the word semen too early. I accidentally said semen instead of sailor too early. Can't ruin the joke. Whatever. A butcher is working in his shop, and he notices a dog comes in, and he's about to shoot the dog away, and then he sees that the dog has a note in his mouth. And so the butcher takes the note and he reads it, and it says, "I'd like, can I have 12 sausages and some ribs, And inside the note there was a $10 note. So the butcher, takes the money, wraps up the sausages and the ribs, puts them in a bag, and then puts the bag in the dog's mouth, and the dog wags his tail, and then off he runs. And the butcher's a little intrigued by this, so he shuts down the shop, and decides to follow the dog. He sees the dog walking down the street, and then he sees the dog get to a pedestrian crossing, and the dog puts down the bag and then hits the crossing button, and then picks up the bag, and then when it goes green, the dog crosses the road. Butch is pretty amazed by this, keeps following the dog, and the dog gets to a bus stop, and the dog reads the timetable, and then sits down with the bag of sausages and the ribs, sits down at the bus stop, which is amazed. Then a bus comes, and the dog actually stands up and looks to see the number on the front of the bus, and then sits back down. Not his bus. Then another bus comes, checks the front, it is his bus, gets on. Butcher gets on with him. Well, the bus drives off into the suburbs for a while, and then eventually the dog gets on his hind legs and he pushes the stop bus button. Gets off the bus, Butcher in tow, and then he eventually gets to a house, and the dog puts the bag of meat down next to the front door, and then the dog gets a nice big run up and slams his body into the door. He does it a couple times, and there's no response. So then the dog then goes up to the window and starts pawing at the window and banging his head against it. And then eventually someone opens the door. And it's a man, and the man says, "You stupid dog." And the butcher's like, "What are you talking about, you stupid dog? This is the smartest dog in the whole GD world. What are you talking about, you stupid dog? How dare you call this dog stupid?" And the man says, "He is a stupid dog. This is the second time this week he's forgotten his keys." Two guys are hiking, and all of a sudden a bear comes out and starts chasing them. And they hurry up a tree, and then the bear starts climbing up the tree to get them. And then one of the hikers starts taking off his hiking boots and putting on some runners, some sneakers. And the other hiker's like, "What are you doing?" And the guy's like, "Well, I figured when the bear gets close, we could jump out of the tree and make a run for it." And the guy says, "What are you nuts? You can't outrun a bear. What are you, crazy?" And the guy goes, "I don't have to outrun a bear. I just got to outrun you." Yeah. Two puppies stolen from a pet shop. The police are warning everyone to look out for hot dogs. Turtle's going down an alley in New York City. All of a sudden, he gets mugged by a gang of snails. He goes to the police after, and the detective says, "Tell me what happened." And Turtle goes, "I don't know. It all happened so fast." Yeah, these quick ones. That's a Secret Life of Pets 5 joke. Nick Bryant, or whatever the guy's name was, stole it. Yeah, Nick Bryant. Okay. What would be the purpose of doing that? Oh, so Trev can live? Anyway. Um, Farmer had a rooster. Very old rooster. And he was getting on in years. And so the farmer decided it was time to replace the rooster. So he bought a new one. Bought a new rooster for his hens. But the old rooster realized what was going on, realized he was being replaced. So he's like, I got to come up with a plan. And so he goes up to the new rooster and he says, "I'll tell you what, rooster. I'll tell you what, hot new stud rooster. Let's have a race. Let's race around the barn, and we'll go 10 laps around the barn. Whoever wins, can have all the hens. You know, I'm an old chunk of coal now. You should easily beat me in a race." And the new rooster's like, yeah, I will, yeah, I could, yeah, I could. You know what? And this new rooster was a very proud rooster, prideful. And he goes, "I'll tell you what, old rooster. I'll even give you a head start. You can have half a lap head start, and then I'll start my laps. I'll still beat you, you old rooster." And they agree, and then they go to the barn, and all the hens gather around to watch. And the old rooster starts running, and he gets half a lap, and then the new rooster starts running. Well, after the first lap, the old rooster's still in the lead, but in every lap, his lead gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And all the hens are going crazy. They're clucking like mad. And but so it's lap 4, and the the old rooster's still in front, and then the farmer hears all the clucking and thinks a fox has gotten into his hen house or something, and so he grabs his gun and he runs out to see what's going on. And when he gets there, he sees his 2 roosters running around the barn. The old one in front and the new one behind. And so the farmer raises his rifle and he shoots the new rooster dead. Then as he's walking away, he muttered to himself, "Damn, that's the 3rd gay rooster I've bought this month." All right. This next joke is David Keckner's favorite joke. If you've watched David Keckner on Norm Macdonald, you recognize this joke. Hunter goes in the woods and he kills a baby bear. And then there's a tap on his shoulder, and it's the baby's mama. Baby, big grizzly bear. I'm gonna change the joke and make it more like the Keckner version. And the bear taps him on the shoulder, and then the bear says, "Listen, Hunter, that was my baby, and I'm giving you got two options. I'm gonna eat you, or I'm gonna have sex with you." And so the hunter decides, well, I'd rather get fucked by a bear than be eaten by a bear. So he goes and the bear fucks him. That's the joke goes. The bear fucks him. Then after a couple of weeks, it takes him a couple of weeks to recover. Then he decides he's gonna go get his revenge. So he goes back out into the woods and he's hunting for the bear. And then all of a sudden he feels a tap on his shoulder. It's the bear again. And the bear says, well, what'll it be? I can eat you or I can fuck you again. And again, it's like, alright, fuck me. And then this time it was real nasty and violent. So after several months, the hunter is finally ready to try again with his revenge. So he goes back out there with his rifle and all his stuff. He's looking for the bear. And all of a sudden, he gets a tap on his shoulder. It's the bear. And the bear says, you don't come out here for the hunting, do you? I can't fuck that one up. Yeah, after several months of getting fucked by the bear, he got away. And then he got a tap on the shoulder. Alright. Three dogs are in the pound. And the first dog goes to the second dog, hey, what are you in for? And the dog goes, well, my owner said if I didn't stop chewing his newspapers, he'd put me to sleep. And I kept chewing his newspapers, so I'm here to be put asleep. Then the dog goes, well, what about you? What are you in for? And it goes, well, I got told if I don't stop drinking out of the toilet, I'd get put to sleep, and I kept drinking out of the toilet, so I'm here to get put to sleep. Then they go, what about you? You're the third dog, what about you? And the dog goes, well, my owner's mistress was stepping out of the shower, and her towel fell down, and she bent down to go pick it up. And I just, I'm only a dog, I couldn't help myself, and I fucked her. I fucked her us style, And they're like, oh man, yeah. Well, we understand why you're getting put down. And the dog goes, oh no. I'm not getting put down. I'm here to get my nails trimmed. String dead? No. That was a good joke. But dog fucking. That was a joke about white women. Alright, we're out of the animals section. Thank God. Now we're into the doctor section. All right, guy goes to his doctor. Guy goes to his doctor and he says my wife and I haven't had sex for 6 months, and I what the fuck is wrong with her? What the fuck's wrong with my wife? The doctor says, well, bring her in, and I'll investigate. So he brings the wife in, and doctor goes, why aren't you having sex with your wife? And she goes, well, you see, Doc, about 6 months ago, I totaled my car, and since then I have to get taxis to work, and we're not rich people, Doc. So I don't have any money. So when we get there, the taxi driver's like, are you gonna pay me or what? I choose or what? And you catch my drift. And then because of the all what, now I'm late for work, and so the boss man is like, am I gonna have to write this? Am I gonna have to write you up or what? And again, I take all what. Then of course I have to get a taxi home, and again, you gonna pay me this time or what? I take all what. The doctor goes, yeah, I understand. She goes, yeah, Doc, I'm all tired out. By the time I get home, I don't have the energy. And the doctor goes, yeah, I understand. And he goes, so are we gonna tell your husband or what? I'm just gonna read this one out as it's written. Adam is walking around the Garden of Eden, feeling very lonely. So God asks him, "What's wrong with you?" Adam tells God he doesn't have anyone to talk to. He's lonely. God says, and that's a problem. All right, I'll get you some company. This company will cook for you day and night, wash your clothes, keep the garden in order, will bear your children, and never ask you to get up in the middle of the night to take care of them, will not nag you, will always be the first to admit being wrong when you've had a disagreement, and will always agree with every decision you make. The company will never have a headache, and will freely give you sex, love, and compassion whenever needed. But it's going to be expensive, Adam. It's going to cost you an arm and a leg. Adam says, an arm and a leg? Ah, jeez. What can I get for just a rib? Ugh. Ugh. Ah. Three guys are out fishing and having a nice day when all of a sudden they catch a mermaid. and the mermaid is begging him to let her go, and in exchange of releasing her, she'll grant them 3 wishes. I don't know, mermaids did wishes, but in this joke they do wishes, and so the first angler goes, "I want you to double my IQ," and she goes, "You got it. You got it." And the guy immediately starts reciting Shakespeare and analyzing it with extreme depth and complexity and incredible insight. Then they're all very impressed. So the second fisherman goes, "I want you to triple my IQ," and mermaid goes, "You got it." And the guy immediately starts spouting off mathematics, advanced mathematics. He's mumbling some incoherent nonsense about Banach Tarski and shit. You know, he's doing all sorts of absolute nonsense, spewing out of his mouth. Maths bullshit. And then the third guy's like, "Oh, well, not to be outdone, mermaid, I want you to quintuple my IQ." And the mermaid's like, "Listen, it's not my place to talk you out of wishes." Yes, Banach Tarski says that in his book. It doesn't. Quintuple my IQ. And the nurse goes, the mermaid goes, "Listen, it's not my place. It's not my place to try and talk you out of this, but I really think you should reconsider this wish of quintupling your IQ." The guy goes, No. I want you to quintuple my IQ." And the mermaid goes, No, but this is going to totally change your life. It's going to change your worldview. You know, it's totally going to change everything you understand about the universe. Why don't you just want some money or something? Don't do this. And the guy insists, "No, I want you to quintuple my IQ." The mermaid goes, "Very well, done." And the man turned into a woman. That's what it says here. He becomes a woman. Yeah, right. Hey, Sammy. And that woman's name? Rebecca Smiths. Albert Einstein. Yes. Oh, this is an old classic. Woman goes to the doctor's office and to accompany her husband, who's going in for a routine checkup. And the doctor does his examination, and then he says, "Can I speak to your wife alone?" "Yes, very well." So the doctor's speaking to the wife, and he goes, "Listen, your husband is under severe stress. You need to help him de-stress. I need you to every morning. I need you to make him breakfast. You know, be kind at all times. Speak in a soft tone. You know, make him a nutritious lunch. You know, have dinner ready and make his favorites, and and of course, don't nag him. Don't bother him. You know, the this idea of yours doesn't work at all, by the way. This bad Trev is a good Trev thing. The reason bad Trev loses time has nothing to do with explosions. Nothing to do with explosions. You activate Trev later on bad Trev. That's why it's slow. Because he's facing the wrong way. Anyway. Oh yeah, don't nag him. Make him beautiful meals, and And of course, you must have sex with him, several times a day. It says week in the book. Anyway, if you do this for 10 months, a year, then you should be okay. I think he'll fully recover. And then they're driving home, and the husband says, "What did the doctor say to you?" And she says, "You've got 2 weeks to live." All right. A man brings a very limp dog into a vet, and he lays the dog on the table. And the doctor has a stethoscope, and he puts it on the dog's chest, and he goes, "I'm sorry, sir, but your dog is dead." And the guy who brought the dog in gets mad. He's like, "How can you possibly tell that my dog is dead? You didn't do anything. All you did was listen to the stethoscope. That doesn't mean anything. You didn't do any tests or anything. But what do you mean? How do you know? How do you know my dog's dead?" The dog was like, "Well, very well." And so what the dog did was he brought in a Labrador. He brought in a Labrador, and the Labrador came in and started sniffing the dog up and down, and after a while, the dog solemnly looked down, shook his head, and went bark. Then the vet took the Labrador out and brought in a cat, and same thing. The cat sniffed the dog all over, and then solemnly bowed its head and went meow. Let the cat out. Then the vet hands the guy a bill for $600, and the guy's like, $600 just to tell me my fucking dog is dead? This is outrageous. This is a rort. This is absolutely horrible. What do you mean, $600? And the vet's like, well, if you'd taken my word for it, it would have been 50. But with the lab work and the CAT scan, Guy goes to the doctors, and after a battery of tests, the doctor comes in and he says, "Well, I got some good news. I got some bad news." And the guy goes, "Hit me with the bad news first." And the doctor says, "Well, you got about 3 months to live." And the guy's like, "Oh my god, what on earth? What on earth is the good news?" And the doctor goes, "Hey, you see that pulchritudinous receptionist out there? Young blonde with the tight body and the long hair?" And he's like, "Yeah." And the doc goes, "I'm fucking her." That was the good news. Doc was fucking the receptionist. Oh no, no, not antler. The fake antler. Uh, okay. This one's about Mr. Smiths. Mr. Smiths goes into a doctor's office to get his wife's test results, and the guy goes, "Well, listen, sir. We got there's a lot of Smiths, and we mixed up your wife's test results with another Mrs. Smith, and we don't know who's whose." And the guy's like, "Well, God, good lord, what can we do? Can we redo the test?" "No, I'm sorry, sir. Your insurance won't cover that. You've already maxed out your insurance. I'm sorry. We can't redo the test." And frankly, honestly, it's bad news either way. And the guy's like, "What do you mean?" "Well, one of the tests is positive for Alzheimer's, and the other test is positive for full blown AIDS." The guy's like, "Good lord. Well, shit, we can't redo the test. What am I supposed to do now?" And the doc goes, "Well, we thought of that. And here's what we think you should do. Drop your wife off in the middle of town, and if she makes her way home, don't fuck her." Proctologist is tired of his career, and he decides to go for a bit of a career change, and he decides he wants to become a mechanic. So he goes to trade school to become a mechanic, and it's his final exam. He has to rebuild an engine, and you know he does his exam and he doesn't know how he went, and he's surprised when he gets his results back, and he got 200% on the final exam. And so he goes to his instructor and he goes, what does this mean? 200%? I thought I was going to fail. What does this mean? What's going on?" And the instructor goes, "Well, I give you 50 for rebuilding the engine. I gave you 50 because it ran, and I gave you an extra 100 because you did it all through the muffler." A proctologist. Proctologist. A tired doctor is laying in bed, and he gets woken by a phone call. And there's a woman on the other line, and she says, Doctor, you have to come quick. It's an emergency. My daughter swallowed a contraceptive." And the doctor goes, "All right, I'll be right over." And he gets dressed, and he's just about to head out the door when the phone rings again. And it's the woman again, and she goes, "Don't worry, Doc. Everything's fine. We found another one." Guy goes to a urologist, and he's having erectile dysfunction, and after some tests, the doc says, well, we've done some tests. Unfortunately, the reason you can't get an erection is because of a viral infection you had, and it ate away at the muscles at the base of your penis. Now we have an experimental surgery where we implant muscle tissue from an elephant um, into the to the base of your penis. And you should be able to get it up. And it's totally no, it's not cruel, or the elephant's fine. The elephant lives. It's unharmed. There's no cruelty involved. You know, are you willing to try? And the guy goes, well, if there's no cruelty, then yeah, I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go. And so he has the surgery, gets the elephant muscles put into his cock, and and then after recovery, he's got the green light from the doc to go ahead and use it. So he plans a date at the swankiest place in town with his sweetie, and so they're at the dinner table, and about halfway through dinner, all of a sudden he feels this incredible pressure in his pants, and it becomes too painful for him to do anything. He has to do something, so he unzips his pants, and immediately his penis comes out of his pants, goes out onto the table, and takes a potato off the table, and then goes back under the table. And his date, his sweetie, is a little taken aback at first, and she's like, but then she gets like a look in her eye. She's like, "That's pretty incredible. You can do that again." And the guy's eyes is watering. He goes, I think so, but I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can fit another potato up my ass. I think I should have mentioned it was an elephant's trunk that the that the muscles came from. So this joke's crazy. All sorts of like weird names that have nothing to do with the joke. All right, so Merv Hughes is sitting in Doctor Strangeway's waiting room, and he's waiting for his appointment. And then all of a sudden, a nun rushes out of the exam room with tears in her eyes, and it's a little odd. And then, all right, Merv, I'll see you now. And so he goes in, and he goes, Doctor, that was a little strange. What was that nun so upset about? And Doctor Strangeways goes, well, I told her she was pregnant. And Merv's like, pregnant? That nun was pregnant? And the doctor goes, uh, no, 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 she's not pregnant, but it sure got rid of her hiccups. It sure got rid of her hiccups. Woman comes home from the doctor, and the husband goes, what did the doctor say? And the woman goes, he said I have the doctor said I have the figure of an 18-year-old. And the husband goes, oh, really? What did he say about your big fat ass? And the wife says, your name didn't come up. And the husband said, you dirty dog. You dirty dog. Real battle axe of a woman. Country doctor goes out into the boondocks to deliver a baby, and it's so far out that there's no electricity, and so they're giving birth um at the farmhouse, and there's no one home except for the pregnant mother and her little 5-year old son, and the doctor needs some light, but he needs hands free. So he says to the little boy, can you hold this lamp so I can see what I'm doing? And the little boy does it, and the doctor delivers the baby, and then he holds him up, and then the doctor spanks him on the bottom to get him to breathe, you know. And then the little boy says, "Hit him again. He shouldn't have climbed up there in the first place." And that was the 200th joke. 200 jokes. All right. Well, I'm going to take another break at the 200 mark. 96 to go. I guess it'll be about 4 hours, 4.5. Fun. I'm getting pretty close to the end of the book, but I didn't start at the start, so it is going to loop around. I hope I have enough. I hope I got enough jokes. I think there must be enough. Yeah, there's enough. All right. I'll be right back with more jokes. More jokes when I return. Alright, let's jump right back in. Woman goes to the doctor's office, and last time she was prescribed testosterone. And so she's a little concerned about the side effects. So she goes, Doc, this is helping with my ailments a lot, but I'm a little worried about the side effects. Like, for example, I've started to grow hair in some pretty strange places. And the doc says, well, some body hair growth is perfectly normal when you're on testosterone. Where exactly are you growing hair? And the woman goes, on my balls. Guy goes to the doctor. He says, Doctor, my wife thinks she's a chicken. And the doctor says, how long has this been going on? The guy says, about 2 years. And the doctor's like, why did it take you so long to come and see me? And the guy goes, we needed the eggs. Old man goes for his yearly physical, and he brings his wife along. And the doctor says, well, listen, we need a urine sample, we need a stool sample, and we need a sperm sample. And the old man's a little hard of hearing, so he goes, what? What did you say? And then the wife yells out, he needs your underwear. Guy walks into the big Wyoming, big Wyoming with this T1 sub. That's an extra joke I have to tell. Thank you very much for that. That makes me really happy that I have to tell another joke. That makes me really happy that I have to tell an extra joke at the end. I'm really happy about that. Much love from Antler, the great Antler. This is the funniest fucking thing ever. Anyway. Antler goes into a doctor's office, and he whips his cock out onto the desk, and he goes, Doc, I need you to take a look at this. The doctor examines it, and he goes, I don't see anything wrong with it. And Antler goes, yeah, but it's pretty good, right? Yeah, but it looks pretty good, right? Fucked that up. Where am I delivering on that one? Two doctors are discussing Nurse Molly, and they hate Nurse Molly because she always fucks up, like most nurses have a tendency to do. So first doctor goes, man, Nurse Molly, she gets everything backwards. I told her to give a patient 2 milligrams morphine every 10 hours, and she gave the guy 10 milligrams of morphine every 2 hours. Guy almost fucking died. Fucking Nurse Molly. The second doctor's like, yeah, man, yeah. Get this. I told her to give a guy an enema every 24 hours. And she gave him 24 enemas every hour. She's a real battle axe, this woman. Real dumb nurse. Dumb, stupid nurse, like they all are. We're doctors. We know how much nurses suck. God damn. Fucking nurses. And then all of a sudden they hear this blood-curdling scream from one of the rooms. And the first doctor goes, Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no. I told her to go prick Mr. Smith's boil. JD. How's it going? I'm glad. Happy New Year. Guy goes into a crowded doctor's office, and the nurse says, yes, sir, how can we help? And the guy says, there's something wrong with my dick. And the nurse says, sir, please, you can't use such language in a crowded office like this. The guy's like, well, I mean, you asked me a question and I answered it. What's the problem? Please, sir, show some decorum, show some respect. Get out of my doctor's office, and if you want to, and go outside, and then you can come back in and you can try again. And this time, say there's something wrong with your ear or something. Use a euphemism. Say there's something wrong with your ear. So the guy goes, all right, goes outside, comes back in and goes, and the receptionist goes, hello, sir, how can I help? And the guy goes, there's something wrong with my ear. And the receptionist smiles and says, oh yeah, what seems to be the trouble? And the guy says, I can't piss out of it. Old couple go to the doctors, and they both get checkups, and the doctor says, you both seem in perfect health. What, is there are there any problems you need to tell me about? And he's talking to him separately. And the man tells the doc, yeah, well, there's something wrong. Every time when the first time I have sex with my wife, I'm always like hot and sweaty afterwards. But then the second time I have sex with my wife, I'm always like really cold and chilly. You know. Do you know why that would be? Doc goes, well, I don't know. You're in perfect health. Well, let me check with your wife. Then he's talking to the wife, and he goes, you seem in perfect health, but your husband had a weird thing. He said the first time you have sex, he's always hot and sweaty, and the second time, he's always like cold. You know why that would be? And she goes, oh, that old buzzard, That's because the first time we have sex, it's in summer, and the second time we have sex, it's in winter. God. God. This next one is a Super Dave joke. Um, the Queen of England is touring a hospital with a hospital administrator, and they walk past a room where a man is furiously masturbating, and the Queen's like, "Oh my God, that's disgraceful! That's absolutely disgusting! What on earth is going on here? What's with that man? Why is that man doing that?" And the administrator goes, "Oh, this man has a problem. He's a very serious medical problem. If he doesn't ejaculate 10 times a day, he could die. And the Queen's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't understand. I didn't understand he was sick." Then they're on the next floor, and the Queen sees a nurse giving a patient oral sex, And the queen's like, "What the hell is this? Well, this is disgusting. What's going on here?" And the administrator says, "Oh, he's got the same thing as the other guy, but better insurance." Guy has premature ejaculation, and he goes to the doctor and he says, "Anything you can do for me?" And he goes, "No, nothing I can do for you, but I can give you the number of a girl with a short attention span." Oh, I didn't. Oh, I didn't look at the. Fuck! I got a replay buffer. I didn't look at the number before I backspaced out of it. Oh, it's annoying. Thank you. Oh, yeah. It's sleepy over here. Let's not bless this next one. A husband and wife are making love in summer with the window open, and right as the woman spreads her legs, a bee flies in, and then it flies in. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Bee flies in, and then it flies in the woman, and so immediately they stop and they go to the hospital, and the doctors they go, doctor, my wife has a bee up her vagina. And the doctor goes, well, I have an idea. It's a little unconventional. This is what I'll do. I'll put honey on my penis, and I'll put my penis in your wife's vagina. And when I feel the bee on the tip of my penis, I'll pull it out. You know, get that bee out of there. And the husband's like, well, very well. The wife's like, very well. And so the doctor does it, puts some honey on his cock. I don't think bees are attracted to honey. They make it. They're attracted to pollen. Anyway, neither here nor there. And the doctor puts his penis into the woman, and he's nothing's happening. He goes, well, I think I might have to go a little deeper, and so he goes a little deeper, and basically ends up fucking the shit out of her. And then she starts getting real into it, and they're fucking, and then the doctor starts feeling her breasts, and then the husband's like, "What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is this? What the H do you think you're doing?" He says to the doc, and the doc goes, "Change your plans. I'm gonna drown the bastard." Three, three, uh, three doctors. No, three old men. Three wise men go to a doctor, and they're getting an Alzheimer's test. And the doctor goes to the first guy, the first old man. What's 3 times 3? And the old man says 274. Doctor rolls his eyes. Great. Second old man. What's 3 times 3? The old man thinks for a bit and goes, Tuesday. Doctor rolls his eyes. Goes to the third old man. What's 3 times 3? He goes, 9. He goes, hey, that's great. How'd you figure that out? What's your reasoning? The guy goes, it's very simple. You take 247 and you subtract Tuesday. Oh, this is a Norm one. This is a great one. This is one of my favorite Norm jokes. Doesn't get as much popularity as a lot of the other ones, but it's one of my favorites. And of course, Norm tells it like it's just a story from his life. And that's how I'll do it. So I went and saw my Uncle Fred. I saw my old Uncle Fred the other day, and he's always had a little trouble with his memory. But so I said, "How's it going, old Uncle Fred? How's the memory?" And he goes, "Well, actually, it's pretty good. I'm on some new medication. That helps with my memory." And I go, "Oh yeah, what's the name of the medication?" I work in a pharmacy. It's a normal question for me to ask. What's the name of the medication? And he goes, "Oh God, gee, what was the name of that medication?" "Ah, geez, damn." And he goes, "What's the name of that? What's the name of that flower?" I go, "I don't know. I don't know. A daisy?" He goes, "No, no, 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 no. It's like a." They're like red and they got stems and they go out and I don't know the carnation. No, 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 no. You give them on they're like romantic. A rose. Yes, a rose. Hey Rose, what was the name of that medication? This one's like, what was the name of that guy? You might be a redneck. This is you might be a nurse, which is more offensive. I'd rather be a redneck than a nurse. All right. You might be a nurse if, when using a public toilet, you wash your hands with soap for a full minute and then turn off the faucets with your elbows. Are you laughing? I think you're supposed to be laughing now. Men assume you must be great in bed because of the 9 billion porn movies about nurses. Everyone, including complete strangers, tells you about each and every ache and pain they have. You might be a nurse if you want to put your foot through the TV screen every time you see a nurse on a soap opera doing nothing but talking on the phone and flirting with doctors. You might be a nurse if you can watch the goriest movie and eat anything afterwards, even spaghetti with lots of tomato sauce. And you might be a nurse if you use a plastic 30cc medicine cup for a shot glass. That's right, even spaghetti. You might be a nurse if you can eat Italian food after the horror movie. That was a joke. Not in the good way. Not in the way we want. Woman gets rushed to the hospital, and she gives her husband a list of stuff to. She's going to be there a while. She gives her husband a list of stuff to bring from home to the hospital, and one of the things on the list was comfortable underwear. And the man goes, "Well, how am I going to know? How am I going to know which underwear to bring?" And the woman goes, "Well, hold them up and imagine me wearing them. And if you smile, put them back." Then you have a picture of the lady in some underwear. Start whacking off, boys. Start whacking off. Let's do the new Twitch meta. Alright. It's right above her chest. Now imagine she's not wearing that top. Start whacking it. I've made the front page? Of what? Reddit? I've made the front page of Reddit, folks. We did it. Guy who's into a doctor's office. He's got a cucumber shoved up his nose. He's got a banana sticking out of his ear and a carrot sticking out of his other ear. And he goes, Doc, what's wrong with me? And the doctor says, you're not eating right. It's like the old, one, I have a drinking problem. Ah. Alright, a short history of medicine. Short history of medicine. This is you know, this is one of those ones. This is one of those ones that's unstandard format. Short history of medicine. Doctor, I have an earache. 2000 BC. Here, eat this root. I think we all know how this is going to end. 1000 BC. That root is heathen. Say this prayer. 1850 AD. That prayer is superstition. Drink this potion. Potion seller. 1940 AD. That potion is snake oil. Swallow this pill. You need to go back to the German front. It's 1940 AD. We got no time for your fucking earache. Fucking Hitler invaded Poland a year ago. Get off your fucking ass. I don't give a fuck about your earache. Because you're hearing gunshots everywhere. It's fucking World War II. Take a pill. Fucker. 1985 AD. That pill is ineffective. Here, take this antibiotic. 2000 AD. That antibiotic is artificial. Here, eat this root. A woman calls Mount Sinai. Is that how you say that? Mount Sinai Hospital, and she goes, "Hello, I'd like to inquire about the status of a patient." And she goes, the person who answers the phone goes, "Why certainly. What's the name of the patient?" And she goes, yes, it's Sarah Finkel. It's Rebecca Smith's. And she's in room 302. And then the guy in the front is like, okay, yes, let's have a look. Well, Mrs. Smith's is doing very well, in fact. She's had 2 full meals. You know, blood pressure's looking good. They're going to take her off the heart monitor in a few hours. And as long as she keeps improving, Dr. Cohen is going to send her on her way on Tuesday. And Lynn goes, "Oh my God, thank God. That is such great news. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much." And the guy goes, "Well, I can tell from your enthusiasm that you must be a family member." And she goes, "Nope, my name is Rebecca Smiths. I'm in room 302. Dr. Cohen never tells me anything." The increment? Whatever. Alright. Old guy is on death's door, and he ends up in surgery, and he's getting his gallbladder removed. Well, the surgery goes well, and then but the doctor, the post-op, the doctor insists that the patients walk around, even the day after the surgery, to make sure they don't get blood clots in their legs, like Doctor House, you know. So he insists that every nurses you gotta make them walk. You gotta make them walk after surgery every day until they leave. And the nurses do as they're told, but they tell the doctor, he complains so bitterly every time we try and get him to do these walks. And the doctor says, "Don't care, just make sure he doesn't." And after about a week, they week of doing these walks, the guy's ready to go home, and the family goes, "Doctor, we can't thank you enough for everything you've done. This is so incredible." And I was like, "Well, no thanks necessary, just doing my job. Removing a gallbladder is a very simple operation. No need to thank me. Just stay well." And then the daughter of the man goes, "No, but you don't understand. My dad's been in a wheelchair for 10 years." Made him walk. Okay, this is overheard. Overheard in the doctor's office. The patient goes, "I always see spots before my eyes." Doctor goes, "Did the new glasses help?" And the patient goes, "Yeah, sure. Now I see the spots much clearer." Weak. We're the weakest thing in this whole book. Bet's feeling a little sick, goes to see the doctor, and the doctor goes, just ask the usual questions, how long has this been happening? All the usual questions. And after so many questions, the vet gets fed up and is like, "Listen, when someone brings someone into me, I don't have to ask them all these questions. I can tell what's wrong with them just by looking. Why can't you?" And the doctor goes, "All right, fair enough," and doesn't say another word. Looks the vet up and down, and writes her a prescription, and gives it to her. And then, right before she leaves, he says, "Of course, if that prescription doesn't work, we will have to put you down." Two doctors are at a conference, and there's a male doctor and a female doctor, and they're eyeing each other from across the conference hall. And the male doctor goes over and asks her out for dinner, And she says yes. And then they go to dinner, and then suddenly right when the food comes, the woman suddenly stands up and says, "I have to go wash my hands." And she goes and she washes her hands, and have a nice dinner. One thing leads to another. And then they get to the hotel room. They're about to get down to business, but right before they start, she's like, "I gotta go wash my hands." She washes her hands. Then they do that nasty, horrible business, that horrible sin, and then right after she says, "I gotta go wash my hands." Wash the hands. Well, when she finally comes back, the male doctor goes, I bet you're a surgeon." I guess this didn't come up, what types of doctors they were. I bet you're a surgeon, aren't you? And she goes, "Yeah, how can you tell?" And it's like, "Well, because you're always washing your hands." And she's like, "I bet you're an anesthesiologist." He's like, "That's incredible, I am an anesthesiologist. How could you tell?" And she goes, "Because I couldn't feel a thing." Micropenis, I assume. This is a micropenis situation. Wow. Sammy Rogers subscribing with Prime Gaming. I don't know what that means. But hey, thank you for the Prime Gaming from a true gamer. Wow. Very cool. Another joke for me. Another joke for you. Girl tells her mother that she played doctor with a boy in her class, and the mother's a little worried and says, "What happened?" And the girl says, "I waited for 45 minutes and then he billed my insurance company." Overheard at the doctor's office. Overheard at the doctor's office. Doctor says, "I've got some very bad news. You've got cancer and you've got Alzheimer's." And the patient goes, "Well, at least I don't have cancer." Not funny. And we've all heard it before. A guy's having migraines. He's having these horrible migraines, so he goes to the doctor, and he's tried all the usual stuff, doesn't work. Goes to the doctor, goes to the headache specialist, and he goes, "Look, I have these horrible migraines. It feels like someone's cutting across my scalp with a burning knife, and then the doctor cuts him off and goes, 'Let me guess.' And this huge throbbing pain behind your right ear." He's like, "Yes, yes, how did you know?" He goes, "Well, I'm the world's leading headache specialist, and I myself suffered from these headaches for many years. I can tell you the only cure was this. Every night, I would give my wife oral sex. And when her pleasure intensified to such a point, she would squeeze my head with her thighs, and the pressure from that would relieve the headache. Only thing that works. And do that for about 2 weeks, and you should be cured." The guy goes, "All right, I'll give it a go." And guy comes back 2 weeks later, and he goes, "Doc, you're a genius. That worked. That worked perfectly. My headaches are completely gone. Are completely gone. Thank you so much. That was fantastic. Just you are the greatest. You are the greatest. And the doctor says, "Well, hey, that's quite all right. Just doing my job." And then the guy goes, "Your wife is lovely, by the way." Hmm. The cure was to fuck the to fuck the headache specialist's wife. If I could fuck one woman from fiction, it would be the headache specialist's wife. I'll get some. We got a lot of short ones. And I'm actually going to break convention. In my old convention, I would count these as all as one, but there's so many, and they're a little longer. So I'm actually going to count them individually. I'm breaking convention. Don't care. I want to get this. I want to not be here. I no longer want to be telling jokes. I've told 224 of the fucking things. Okay. A lot of short ones. So we're gonna get a little pace going here. Alright. Doc, I can't stop singing the green green grass of home. Doc goes, that sounds like you've got Tom Jones syndrome. And the guy goes, is that a common disease? And the doctor goes, it's not unusual. Not unusual. Guy goes into a psychiatrist's office and he's only wearing a cling film for shorts. And the psychiatrist says, well, I can clearly see your nuts. Doc, I got a cricket ball stuck up my ass. How's that? Don't you start. That is for Australians only. That is an Australians only joke, and even then, oh my god. All right. Guy goes to the doctor's office. He's got a lettuce leaf coming out of his asshole, and the doctor goes, oh, "That's quite odd." And the guy goes, trust me, Doc, that's just the tip of the iceberg. What? Doesn't make any fucking sense. This doesn't make any fucking sense. I'm going to read it as it's written, and then I'm going to give you the Samo Sammy rewrite of this next joke. This is overheard at the dentist's office, I suppose. Dentist says, say ah. And the patient goes, why? And the dentist goes, my dog died. Now, this should be just like a normal doctor. It should be like your dog died. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would the whatever. I realize my rewrite doesn't really make sense either, so it's just let's just bin it entirely. Guy goes to a psychiatrist and says, Doc, I'm having trouble making friends, so I need help from you, you big fat retard. He didn't use that term. I thought I'd spice it up. Guy gets in a horrific bus accident, but he lives. He lives. He doesn't go to St. Peter. He lives, and he goes. He's in a coma for a couple of days after this horrible accident. And when he wakes up, he goes, Doc, I can't feel my legs. And the doctor says, yeah, of course you can't. I cut your arms off. Guy goes to the doctor. He has a strawberry growing out of his head, and the doc says, I can give you a cream for that. I can give you some cream for that. I can give you some cream for that. I can give you some cream for that. Overheard at the doctor's office. Doctor, a Rottweiler bit me on the finger. And the doctor goes, well, which one? And the patient goes, I don't know, all Rottweilers look the same to me. Dog racism. Guy's an avid fisherman, and this is a bad one. Guy's an avid fisherman, and he goes to a lake, and he always drives by this lake, and he always sees fishermen there, and they're always pulling in tons of fish. So he decides he'd try his luck there one day, and he goes there, and he's getting nothing. He's getting absolutely nothing. But the guy next to him is just pulling them in all day, and so he's got to try and figure out his secret. So he goes, excuse me, sir, can I ask what bait you're using? And the guy goes, well, to be honest with you, I'm a surgeon, and I'm actually using human tonsils as bait. The guy's like, ugh, okay, well, I guess I can't do that. Tries again the next day. Again, pulling in nothing, and there's a different guy next to him this time, and he goes, excuse me, sir, may I ask what you're using for bait? Because he's pulling them all in. And the guy goes, well, I happen to also be a surgeon. I don't know how he knew that he was talking to a surgeon earlier, but he did. It's weird. It's like, I'm also a surgeon, and to be honest, I'm using pieces of human appendix as bait. Obviously not going to help this guy. He's not a surgeon. Well, he goes a third day and he's fishing. Again, nothing. And the guy next to him pulling him in constantly. And he goes, let me guess, sir, you're a surgeon? And the guy goes, no, I'm a rabbi. This is the one Goose has been saying all day. So I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it verbatim, word for word, as it appears in the book, because we all know the other version. The other version. I said virgin. We all know the other version. Anyway, you won't hear this from any 1935 comic. Man's wife has been in a coma for several days following a particularly nasty knock on the head. As usual, one of the nurses in the hospital is giving her a wash in bed. As she washes down the woman's body, she sponges her pubic hair. Out of the corner of her eye, the nurse thinks she has seen the woman's eyebrows shudder. Not quite sure, she tries again. This time, she actually does see some movement. She goes, "Doctor, doctor, I saw some movement." Doctor comes in the room and tries as well. Once more, they both see some movement around the woman's eyes. "Well, this is great news," says the doctor. "I think we should call the husband and let him know what we've discovered here." They call her husband and tell him that they've seen some movement. When he arrives, they explain that by touching the woman's pubic hair, they were seeing a bit of a reaction in her facial muscles. And the doctor suggests, that the husband might like to try something a little more adventurous in order to provoke a stronger reaction. Oh, you just got the rabbi joke? That was a nasty one. And, I suggest that we leave the room and you try a little oral sex. Husband agrees and is left alone. Several moments later, all of the emergency alarms and buzzers are activated. The doctor and a host of nurses run to the wife's room where they see the husband zipping up his jeans. The guy says, "Doc, I think I choked her." See, that's so much worse than the norm telling. Because they also, fuck it up. It doesn't make sense. Because they specifically mention touching the woman's pubic hair. Which, spoils it. It spoils the ambiguity of who's receiving and who's giving the oral sex when you do that. This joke fucking ruined it. This joke sucks. This joke ruined the norm joke. I'm taking another break. Fuck that joke. I'm upset. Okay. We got to keep going. I am getting kind of hungry though. I haven't eaten today. But I gotta finish the jokes. I'm gonna try and blast this as quick as possible. Make some fried rice. Okay. I got 63 jokes left. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, we got some more quick ones. Good. How many triage nurses does it take to change a light bulb? 1. But the bulb will have to spend 4 hours in the waiting room. What? What? That's a bit rubbish. Okay. Doctor, my hands are killing me. Well, then take them off your throat. Doc, how long have I got? 10. 10? 10 what? 10 days? 10 months? 10, 9, 8. Doctor, have you got something for a migraine? Yeah, I guess. Take this hammer and hit yourself on the head. If you want a migraine so bad. I added that part because I think it needed it. Pathetic. This next one's pathetic. Guy takes his Rottweiler to the vet, and he's like, and the guy's like, my dog is cross-eyed. Is there anything you can do? And so the vet picks up the Rottweiler and starts like staring into its eyes. And after a while, the vet goes, I'm gonna have to put you down. And the guy's like, what? Just because he's cross-eyed? And the vet goes, no, because he's heavy. A zoo gets a very rare breed of gorilla. Female. They get a female. And, she quickly becomes very difficult to deal with, this female gorilla. And they realize what the problem is that she's in heat. And, unfortunately, this gorilla is rare enough that they don't have access to any males. So they're trying to think of what to do, and one of the administrators at the zoo remembers a rumor he heard about one of the cage janitorial staff, custodial staff. A guy called Pete, who was a kind of a dumb guy, but apparently had a miraculous ability to satisfy any woman. And so they came up with an idea. Hey, Pete, $500 to fuck the elephant? And Pete goes, oh, geez. $500 to fuck the, did I say elephant? $500 to fuck the gorilla. Oh, geez. Oh, geez, man. Oh, geez. Can I think it over? Can I sleep on it? Yeah, okay. Comes back the next day and he goes, all right, I will fuck the gorilla. 500, but I have 3 conditions. First, I don't want to kiss the gorilla. And second, any offspring that happen to result I will not be responsible for. And the administrators both go, yeah, absolutely, we agree. Those are both fine. What's the last condition? And Pete says, you're gonna have to give me a couple of weeks to come up with the 500. Overheard at the doctor's office. Doctor goes, ma'am, are you sexually active? And the woman goes, well, yeah, sometimes, but sometimes I just lie there. Okay, this is a long one, but it's a lot of short ones. But they're all. I'm going to count them as one. Because I could count this as like 10, but I'm counting it as one. This is the answering machine message at the mental health hotline. Okay? Hello and welcome to the mental health hotline. If you are obsessive compulsive, press 1 repeatedly. If you are codependent, please ask someone to press 2 for you. If you have multiple personalities, press 3, 4, 5, and 6. If you are paranoid, we know who you are and what you want. Stay on the line so we can trace your call. If you are delusional, press 7 and your call will be transferred to the mothership. If you are schizophrenic, listen carefully. A small voice will tell you which number to press. If you are manic depressive, it doesn't matter which number you press. No one will answer. If you have a nervous... I don't understand that one. If you have a nervous disorder, please fidget with the hash key until someone comes on the line. If you are dyslexic, press 6969696969. If you have amnesia, press 8 and state your name, address, phone number, date of birth, social security number, and your mother's maiden name. If you have post-traumatic stress disorder, slowly and carefully press 000 or 911. If you have bipolar disorder, please leave a message after the beep, or before the beep, or after the beep. Please wait for the beep. If you have short-term memory loss, press 9. 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 If you have low self-esteem, please hang up. All our operators are too busy to talk to you. Fuck you. It sucks, bro. A psychiatrist is having a group therapy session with 3 young mothers and their children, and their young children, and the psychiatrist says, I've noticed that you all have obsessions. It manifests in strange ways. For example, you, woman number 1, he called her, woman number 1, you're obsessed with food. And it manifests. You've even named your daughter after food. You've called her Candy. And you, woman number 2, you're obsessed with money. And it comes out in your daughter's name. You've named her Penny. And then all of a sudden, the third woman goes, "This is ridiculous. Come on, Dick, we're leaving." Cock crazed. Guy goes to a psychologist and goes, I think I've got a problem. I'm obsessed with sex. Can't stop thinking about sex. And the psychologist goes, well, let's see what we can let's see what we can find out. Let's do some Rorschach tests. So he shows him an ink blot and he goes, what do you see? And the guy goes, That's a man and woman having sex. Interesting. Next one. That's a man and woman having sex. Interesting. And what about this one? That is a man and woman having sex. And it goes, well, yeah, you do seem to be obsessed with sex. And he goes, I'm obsessed with sex. You're the one who keeps showing me these porno pictures. Distraught man goes to see a psychologist, and he goes, Doc, every night I have the same dream. Every night, dozens and dozens of beautiful women run into my room, and they start ripping my clothes off, and they try to have wild sex with me. Interesting. And then what happens? And then they try to have sex with me, and I start pushing them away. I start pushing them away, pushing them off me. The psychologist is like, well, it's an interesting dream, but what do you want me to do? And the guy says, I want you to break my arms. Wife goes to a therapist, and she goes, I got a big problem. Every time my husband orgasms, he lets out this big yell. And the doctor goes, ma'am, that's perfectly normal. That's perfectly natural. Nothing we can do about that. It's just a totally natural response. That's not a problem. I don't see what the problem is. And she goes, well, the problem is it wakes me up. Archie, thank you for the sub, I guess. Means I'm going to do one more, but thank you. Enjoy the emotes. This one's an episode of House. This one happens when House is doing clinic duty. But a woman goes to a doctor and says, "Doc, I'm hurting all over." The doc goes, "What do you mean all over? Can you be a bit more specific?" And she goes, "Well, when I touch my right knee, it hurts. When I touch my left elbow, it hurts. When I touch my chin, it hurts." And the doctor goes, lady, you got a broken finger. Wow. I might skip this. No. Not too hot, too shit, and long. You know what? I'm game. I'm gonna read the whole thing. There's 19 parts. I'm counting it as one because it doesn't deserve to be counted as 19 jokes. But this is a compilation of answers by American history students. This will not be funny. If you want to take a bathroom break, the next 10 minutes will not be funny. I promise you. All right. Number one. Ancient Egypt was inhabited by mummies, and they all wrote in hydraulics, lived in the Sahara Desert, and travelled by Camelot. The climate of the Sahara is such that the inhabitants have to live elsewhere. Moses led the Hebrew slaves to the Red Sea, where they made unleavened bread, which is bread made without any ingredients. Moses went up to Mount Sinai to get the 10 Commandments. He died before he ever reached Canada. Actually, Homer was not written by Homer, but by another man of that name. Socrates was a famous Greek teacher who went around giving people advice. They killed him. Socrates died from an overdose of wedlock. After his death, his career suffered a dramatic decline. Joan of Arc was burnt to a stake and was canonized by Bernard Shaw. Finally, Magna Carta proved that no man should be hanged twice for the same offense. In medieval times, spelled Midevil, in medieval times, most people were illiterate, like alliteration. The greatest writer of the futile ages was Chaucer, who wrote many poems and verses, and also wrote literature. Another story was William Tell, who shot an arrow through an apple while standing on his son's head. We're a third of the way through. It was an age of great inventions and discoveries. Gutenberg invented removable type and the Bible. Another important invention was the circulation of blood. Sir Walter Raleigh is a historical figure because he invented cigarettes and started smoking. And Sir Francis Drake circumcised the world with his 100-foot clipper. The greatest writer of the Renaissance was William Shakespeare, who was born in the year 1564, supposedly on his birthday. He never made much money and is famous only because of his plays. He wrote tragedies, comedies, and hysterectomies, all in Islamic pentameter. Romeo and Juliet are an example of a heroic couplet. Writing at the same time as Shakespeare was Miguel Cervantes. He wrote Don Quixote, spelled Donkey Hote, Hote. The next great author was John Milton. Milton wrote Paradise Lost. Then his wife died, and he wrote Paradise Regained. Alright, that was pretty good. No, You Cannot. That one was good. John Milton wrote Paradise Lost. Then his wife died, and he wrote Paradise Regained. That one's pretty good. That one makes up for all of it. During the Renaissance, America began. Christopher Columbus was a great navigator who discovered America while cursing about the Atlantic. His ships were called the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Fe. We're back, so true. Abraham Lincoln became America's greatest president. Lincoln's mother died in infancy, and he was born in a log cabin which he built with his own hands. Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves by signing the Emasculation Proclamation. On the night of 14 April 1864, Lincoln went to the theater and got shot in his seat by one of the actors in a moving picture show. The believed assassinator was John Wilkes Booth, a supposedly insane actor. This ruined Booth's career. Yes, that's right. I'm getting the highest view count on this fucking garbage. Gravity was invented by Isaac Walton. It is chiefly noticeable in the autumn when the apples are falling off the trees. Johann Bach wrote a great many musical compositions and had a large number of children. In between, he practiced on an old spinster, which he kept up in his attic. Bach died from 1750 to the present. Bach was the most famous composer in the world, and so was Handel. Handel was half German, half Italian, and half English. He was very large. Beethoven wrote music even though he was deaf. He was so deaf he wrote loud music. He took long walks in the forest even when everyone was calling for him. Beethoven expired in 1827 and later died from this. I know. It's bad. We got 4 more. The sun never set on the British Empire because the British Empire is in the east and the sun sets in the west. Not even true. According to what? Queen from where? Anyway, Queen Victoria was the longest queen. She sat in the Thorn for 63 years. She was a moral woman who practiced virtue. Her death was the final event which ended her reign. Louis Pasteur discovered a cure for rabies. Charles Darwin was a naturalist who wrote The Organ of the Species. Madman Curie discovered radio. And Karl Marx became one of the Marx brothers. The First World War, caused by the assassination... No, sorry, let me read that again. The First World War, caused by the assassination of the Archduke by an anarchist, ushered in a new error, as in E-R-R-O-R, in the annals of human history. The annals of Depot history. Oh, thank God. Next section is jail jokes. Hell yeah. I need increment 1 for that, though. For the American history section. What year is this book from? Not as old as you'd hope. 2009. Compiled by Nick Bryant. It's an Australian edition. I know, because there are some Australian references. Yes, fresh Marx Brothers jokes. Yes. Very good stuff. To be fair, to defend the book, it was in the history section. So it would be old stuff in the history section. Okay? So you lose in this one. The book wins. The book wins. Oh, it's great. Alright. A wife wakes up in the middle of the night and her husband isn't by her side, but she can hear loud sobbing coming from downstairs. She goes to investigate and she finds her husband lying on the ground, curled up in a ball, sobbing. She goes, "Honey, what's wrong?" And he goes, "Do you remember when I first got you pregnant and your dad told me that I either had to marry you or go to prison for 20 years?" And she goes, "Yeah, I remember." And he goes, "If I'd picked prison, today I would be a free man." Two young guys are in front of a judge for smoking some dope, and the judge goes, "You guys seem like some nice young boys. I tell you what, I'll give you a pass, but this weekend I need you to go convince people of the dangers of drugs. I need you to get people to swear off drugs for the rest of their lives. All right, you think you can do that, boys? If you do good enough, no prison time." And so the boys agree and they go off. They come back on a Monday in front of the judge, and the judge goes, "How'd you?" "Yeah, I know, Jade. I read it earlier today, and yeah. Embarrassments all around. Anyway, embarrassments all around. Yeah, everyone normal wasn't reading it because they were just having Christmas. and then all the crazies are all arguing. I love it. It's great. So stupid. Anyway, the judge goes, "How'd you go, boys? How'd you go?" And he goes to the first guy. "Well, here's what I did. I drew this picture. I'll draw the picture. I'll draw the picture the kid drew." The kid said, "I got 17 people to swear off drugs forever." And the judge goes, "Well, how'd you do it?" And he goes, "Well, I showed him this picture. And I said, this is your brain before drugs, and this is your brain after drugs." And 17 people quit. And the judge goes, "Well, that's very admirable. Very good job. And what about you, son? How did you do?" And the guy goes, "Well, I got 150 people to quit, to swear off drugs forever." And the judge said, "Well, that's incredible. How did you do that?" And he goes, "Well, I'll show you. I said, this is your asshole before prison. Three frogs are arrested, and they're brought in front of a judge. And the judge goes to the first frog. He goes, "What's your name?" And he goes, my name's Wart." And he goes, "What were you arrested for?" And he goes, "Blowing bubbles in the water." And he goes to the second frog, "And what's your name?" "My name's Ribbit." "And what were you arrested for?" "Blowing bubbles in the water." And then he goes to the third frog, "And what's your name?" And the frog goes, "Bubbles." "It's real. It's real. I know. This Pentecostal blessing. Well, I know it's real. It's real. It's real." Alright, another long one. And it's the last one from Jail Jokes. Jail Jokes is very fucking short. I'm not happy about that. Alright. Jail versus work. In prison, you spend the majority of your time in a 3x3 cell. Meters. At work, you spend the majority of your time in a 2x2 meter cubicle. In prison, you get 3 meals a day. At work, you only get a break for 1 meal and you pay for it. In prison, you get time off for good behavior. At work, you get more work for good behavior. In prison, the guard locks and unlocks all the doors for you. At work, you got to carry around a security card and open all the doors yourself. In prison, you can watch TV and play games. At work, you get fired for watching TV and playing games. In prison, you get your own toilet. At work, you have to share with some idiot who pees on the seat. In prison, they allow your family and friends to visit. At work, you can't even speak to your family. In prison, the taxpayers pay all expenses with no work required. At work, you get to pay all the expenses to go to work, then they deduct taxes from your salary to pay for prisoners. Ha! Imagine the nerve. Imagine the nerve. I'm convinced. You know what, book? You've convinced me. Taxation is theft. In prison, you spend most of your life inside bars, wanting to get out. At work, you spend most of your time wanting to get out and go inside bars. In prison, you have to deal with sadistic wardens. At work, they call them managers. Oh God. The the next section is called cultural diversity. I'm sure this book from '09 will bring a lot of sensitivity and nuance to this topic. Norman marries an upper class English girl. And on their wedding night, he's ready. He's ready to go. And so he rips his clothes off, jumps into bed, and he starts feeling up his new wife. And she's totally nonplussed at this, and she goes, Norman, how could you? I expect you to be as polite in bed as you are at the dinner table. And Norman folds his hands into his lap, and he goes, Is this better? And she goes, That's much better, Norman. And he goes, Well, okay then. Now, would you please pass the pussy? Three guys are wandering through the desert in Saudi Arabia, and they stumble into a tent, and inside the tent is hundreds of beautiful Arabian women, and they're these three men are all getting friendly with the women, and then the leader of the women is another woman, comes out and goes, I am the master of these women. You are not to be here, you are men, you are disgusting, filthy men, and we're going to punish you for stepping on our sacred woman grounds, our sacred woman tent. And so but we're a little kooky over here, so we're gonna give you a punishment related to your professions. So you, sir, man number one, what do you do? The guy goes, I'm a New York City cop. And, well, very well, then we will shoot your penis off with a gun. And then, goes the next guy, what are you? I'm a New York City firefighter. Very well, we'll burn your penis off. Goes the third guy, what are you? What do you do? What's your profession? And he goes, yeah, well, me, I'm a lollipop salesman. I'm gonna change the around a bit. All right, an Englishman, an Irishman, and an Australian have all been working as have been working on the farm, working as jackaroos on the farm, and they're feeling the need, the urge for a woman, and they decide they'll scrounge their pennies together, and they'll order a sex doll, a blow up sex doll online, and they do, and they all draw straws, and it's decided that the Englishman will get to go first. And so he goes first, and he goes in there, and he's in there for about half an hour, and he comes out, and he's like, "Jolly ho, lads! That was bloody brilliant! That was bloody brilliant! That was bloody brilliant! Better than the wife! Bloody brilliant!" That's my British accent. It's so good. And then next up is the Irishman, and he's going, "Oh, well, the Englishman like this, be good." And he goes in, and he comes out about half an hour. He goes, "Oh, you're not wrong. Oh, you're not wrong, Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy, you're not wrong. It's worth the cost of a pint." And then the then the Australian guy takes his turn, and he comes out after like 60 seconds, and he's like, "Oi, mate, I don't know what you're going on about. It's bloody useless. It's bloody useless. That fucking blow up doll. All I did was I gave her a little love bite, and she let out this great whopping fart and flew out the window like a dingo. Got my baby." A Texan lands in Sydney, and he gets in a taxi, and he's complaining about how small everything is in Sydney. He's like, "This airport's pathetic compared to the fucking terminal of Dallas Fort Worth. This is a tiny piece of shit airport." And then they drive past the Sydney Harbour Bridge. He's like, "This harbour's a joke. I got bigger lakes on my ranch, and they've got bridges over them makes the harbour bridge look like a fucking joke." I don't know why this Texan's so Australian sounding. And then they get on the freeway. And he's like, "Is this a goddamn road, or is this a goddamn fucking track? The goddamn road is a goddamn fucking track." That's perfect. That's a perfect accent. And all of a sudden, a kangaroo hops in front of the taxi, and the Australian, he's had a gutful, so he's like, fucking fucking. He's had a gutful, right? So he goes after the kangaroo. He has to he slams on the brakes and goes, "Fucking grasshoppers." This is getting bad. I need to end this. I need to get through this. "12-year-old boy goes up to his Irish neighbor, and he goes, "Hey, I was looking through your bedroom window last night, and I saw your wife giving you a blowjob. Na 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 na." And the Irish guy goes, "Haha, joke's on you, Dirty Johnny." I've decided it's Dirty Johnny. "Joke's on you, Dirty Johnny. I wasn't even home last night." You showed him, Irishman. The National Transport Safety Board recently divulged that they had funded a project with American car makers over the past 5 years. In the covert project, car makers installed black boxes in four-wheel drive pickup trucks in an effort to determine, in fatal accidents, the circumstances in the last 15 seconds before the crash. They were surprised to find in 49 of the 50 states, the last words of drivers in 61.2% of fatal crashes were, "Oh shit." Only the state of Texas was different. There, in Texas, 89.3% of the final words were, "Hey y'all, hold my beer and watch this." Embarrassing thing to put on paper. Oh my god, this joke unlocked like an ancestral memory. Not ancestral, but I heard this joke in fucking primary school, bro. Oh my god. We're on to the next section. We're now in the air. We're gonna have aeroplane jokes. I like aeroplane jokes. Aeroplane jokes for me. Alright, a military cargo plane's flying over a suburban place. Fuck, I can't believe I'm telling this joke. I can't believe this joke's in this book. Flying over the suburbs, and suddenly it starts taking a nosedive. It's like, oh guys, we gotta ditch some cargo to reduce the weight so we can pull out of this nosedive. And so one of the boys, one of the good old soldiers throws a handgun out the back of the plane, and obviously that doesn't do anything. So he goes, more, you gotta throw more out. So then they throw a rifle out of the back of the plane. He goes, no, more, we need more. Throw more out. And then so they decide to throw out a missile. They throw a missile out of the back of the plane. And finally, the plane's light enough that they can pull out of the nosedive, and they can stabilize, and they land safely. Well, they get off the plane and start heading home, but they're driving. They meet a little boy crying on the side of the road, and he's like, little boy, why are you crying? And he's like, I was riding my bike, and then a gun hit me on the head. You know. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm feeling a little guilty. Keep driving. They see another boy crying on the side of the road. They go, little boy, what's wrong? And he goes, I was just walking to the shops, and a gun fell on my head. And they go, oh shit, man, we really should have thought about that. But it was an emergency situation. We had to drop stuff. And they keep going, and eventually they come across a boy who's laughing hysterically. And they go, hey kid, what's so funny? And he goes, well, I just farted and a house blew up. I might change this joke a bit, just a little bit. I might make it a little stupider. All right. NASA was planning a manned orbit of Earth for 2 years. Not in the ISS, in a smaller space station. It's only 3 people, but because they'd be up there for 2 years, they're allowed to take 100 kilos worth of additional luggage. And so the first astronaut decided that he would take his wife. She weighs less than 100, so he would take his wife up with him. And they said, all right, it's under 100, very good. And then the second astronaut brought a bunch of tapes to help him learn how to speak Arabic. And the third astronaut brought 800 cigarettes. And then they're up there for 2 years, and they finally land back on Earth. And the first astronaut walks out with his wife, and both of them have a baby in their arms. Then the second astronaut comes out, and he shows off his fluent Arabic at the press conference. And the third astronaut steps out, and he has 800 cigarettes in his mouth. And he goes, does anyone have a match? Anyone got a light? I made it a little stupider. A doctor and a minister are sitting next to each other on a flight, and they're delayed for an hour on the tarmac due to congestion, and they eventually they take off, and then the pilot announces over the intercom that as an apology for the delay, there will be a round of free drinks from the service. And so the flight attendant gets to the doctor and the minister, and she asks the doctor what he would like, and he goes, I'd like a gin and tonic. Very well, makes him a gin and tonic, gives it to him, and for you, sir, she says to the minister, and then it says, oh no, I'd rather commit adultery than drink, you know. And then the doctor perks up, and he hands his gin and tonic back, and he goes, sorry, I didn't realize there was a choice. Student is heading home for the holidays, and she goes up to the check-in counter with her luggage to get her boarding pass and to check her bags and stuff. And she goes, she's headed to Houston. So she shows her ticket to Houston, and then she says, all right, my ticket's to Houston. I would like to send my red bag to Hawaii, and I'd like to send my green bag to London. And the person says, I'm sorry, we can't do that. And she says, oh, that's fantastic news, because that's exactly what you did last time. What's the difference? I think this is the first what's the difference joke in the whole book. What's the difference between a skydiver and a golfer? A golfer goes, whack! Oh shit! And a skydiver goes, oh shit! Whack! What do you get when you cross LSD with birth control? A trip without the kids. What do you call a beautiful sunny day that comes after 2 rainy, horrible days? Monday. Why did the chicken lawyer cross the road? To get to the car accident on the other side. Why do birds fly south? Why do birds fly south? It's too far to walk. What's the difference between a cat, and a comma? One has the pause before the clause, and the other has the clause before the pause. What has 4 legs and an arm? A happy pit bull. What colour is a hiccup? Purple. The pit bull one was good. Yeah, and then the worst thing in the whole book. Why did the cannibal live on his own? It had his fill of other people. Why do women have breasts? So men will talk to them. Hey, did you hear about the idiot who walked around the world? He drowned. Wow. This is dated even for 2009. What's the difference between Monica Lewinsky and the rest of us? When we want some dick in the White House, we just vote. Oh, wow. What's the difference between a statistician and an accountant? A statistician is someone who is good with numbers but lacks the personality to be an accountant. So true. So true. Yeah, I wrote that one. I penciled that one in, actually. Oh, my God. My God. Okay, one day, an out of work mime. This is for a dubious scenario. An out of work mime starts performing at a zoo. And his performance is so good, he's actually drawing attention away from the animals. And, just he's getting a real big crowd going. The zookeeper comes along and he pulls him aside into the office. And the mime thinks he's in. Yeah, we're close. Actually, there's more. We have 23 to go because of the subs, JD. He pulls him in the office, and the mime thinks he's going to get in trouble. But the zookeeper goes, "Listen, our star elephant actually died recently, You remember the elephant, the one Pete paid $500 to fuck. That one. Well, she died, and she was our star attraction actually. And so, listen, you're out of work. I'm out of a gorilla. How about we come to an agreement? You wear this gorilla outfit and you pretend to be the gorilla. I'll give you a good honest wage. Well, the mime agreed. So the mime went out there and pretended to be a gorilla, and he discovered it was a fantastic job. He lounge around in the sun all day, eating bananas, sleep whenever he wants, make fun of people, fuck with them. It's great. But after a while, the crowds got a little tired of the gorilla. They started moving on. The mime noticed that now the elephant, no, not the elephant, the lion exhibit was actually getting a lot of attention, most of the attention. Indeed, it was the most popular attraction in the whole zoo these days. Now the gorilla enclosure and the lion enclosure are actually connected by a tree branch. And so one day, to get some more attention, lest he be fired, Mime decided he would go and climb across the tree branch and dangle above the lion, taunting it. And he did this, and again, the crowds were interested in him, the gorilla, the mime. However, he had to keep escalating, he had to keep lowering himself, lower and lower, getting closer and closer to the lion. Closer the calls with the lion, the bigger the crowds. Well, eventually, one day, Mime and the gorilla went to do his usual dangle routine, but this time he slipped and fell into the lion enclosure. And the lion he'd been taunting for months and months now had access to him. So the mime, he started running in circles around the enclosure. The lion made chase. Vicious, ruthless, relentless. Made chase for the gorilla. Eventually, the lion was getting closer, and the gorilla, very scared and afraid for his life, and he realized that gold is no good to a dead man. So he started screaming for help. Help me! Help me! Help me! Somebody, please, anybody, help me! But it was no use. The lion caught up to the tiger. The lion caught up to the gorilla and knocked him over. Towered over him. And the tiger went its head down and said, the lion, am I fucking this up too much? The lion goes, hey, shut the fuck up or we'll both get fired. It was also yep. I said the wrong animal about 12 times that joke, which may have bit into it a bit. Alright. It's time for a top 6 list. Time for a top 6 list, everybody. Time for a top 6 list. This is top 6 signs. Top 6 signs you've had too much of modern life. Number 6 sign that you've had too much of modern life. You buy a computer and a week later, it's out of date and now sells for half the price you paid. Number 5, you exchange emails several times a day with a stranger from South Africa, but you haven't spoken to your next door neighbor this year. This is alright. Number 4 sign you've had too much of modern life. You consider second-day air delivery painfully slow. Number 3. You have a list of 15 phone numbers to reach your family of 3. This is signs you've had too much of modern life. Number 2. You haven't played solitaire with a real deck of cards in years. There's a number 2 sign you've had too much modern life. And the number one sign you've had too much of modern life, your reason for not staying in touch with family is that they do not have email addresses. No. Wow. Alright. These are 5 quotes. It's time for some wisdom. We're getting to the back of the book here. We're getting pretty much at the back of the book. It's time for some wisdom. It's time for some philosophy, you know. We've had a lot of fun with the jokes, but it's time for a little philosophy. These are 5 quotes for married men, and there's a lot of truth to them, a lot of wisdom. So men, especially the married ones, I know a lot of you watch. Listen up, open your ears. 5 quotes for married men. You know, that first quote. I married Miss Right. I didn't know her first name was Always. Another quote for married men. It isn't true, actually, that married men live longer than single men. It isn't true. It just seems longer. Quotes for married men, number 3. You know, losing your wife can be really hard. You know, for me, it was damn near impossible. You know, this is another quote for married men. You know, I'm sure a lot of men can relate. You know, well, you'll love this next one, JD. You know, before I met my wife, I always felt incomplete. Now I'm finished. That's the classic. And one last wise quote of wisdom for married men. You know, this is more of a personal one. You know, I haven't spoken to my wife in I don't know, 18 months. I don't like to interrupt her. That's 5 quotes for married men. Alright, this next one's called Telemarketer Torture. Telemarketer Torture. This is what to do when your dinner... This is a piece of it. This is like an advice one. This is what to do when your dinner's interrupted by a keen telemarketer on the phone. So first thing first, you go completely silent. You know, you breathe slow and heavily into the phone, and then you go, I like to watch. You know. Or you can pretend that it's a call you're expecting from the child psychologist. You know, in relation to your troubled and disruptive teenage son. That's a real thing written in this book, as if it were a joke. In relation to your troubled and disruptive teenage son. That's the thing you can do when a telemarketer calls. Pretend that this is a call that you're expecting from the child psychologist in relation to your troubled and disruptive teenage son. That is so funny. How funny is that? Ask them if they're selling beer. Start speaking in another language. That's a dangerous game. Tell them that the person they want doesn't live here anymore. Is this supposed to be... Yep, that is telemarketer torture. Tell them you're not here right now. Man, I'm rolling on the floor at these. Tell them you're not here right now? Oh my god. Start selling them something else. Tell them you're poor and ask them for money. Start preaching your religion to them. Try to hypnotize them. Play some really annoying music and put the phone up to the stereo. B2 Paul's R-Warp strat would be a good one. Yeah, there's a lot of give and take. Husband said, a lot of give, yeah. A lot of give and take. I give, she takes. Am I right, guys? Ask the telemarketer if she, he is single. Oh, we have she, he again. We had the whole book, they never did this. Where they did the she, he for the genders, right? They never did this, but we found a second instance. Then try hitting on him, her. Make sure to mention your various medical problems and your fascination with odd smells. Use a voice changer to disguise your voice. Wrap all of your replies to the telemarketer's questions. Racist. Ask the telemarketer if she, he minds if you talk to him, her on the toilet. Then take a plastic sauce bottle and squeeze out sauce repeatedly. What I don't like about this is they've done the s/he, and then they follow it up with him, her. You know, they've like swapped it over. Anyway, there's neither here nor there. What the fuck are you talking about? Squeeze a plastic sauce bottle out. This is telemarketer torture. Try to rhyme with everything the telemarketer says. Like Gruntilda. Sell them on the value of high colonics. Explain your dedication to good health in your most convincing, passionate voice. Start talking about your many medical ailments and don't allow the telemarketer to get a word in. Wow. This is where Kit Boga got his start. He read this page in the adults only jokes collector's edition. He read this page and he built an empire off it. I should send this to Kit Boga and he can do them all. He can do every single thing on this list. I'm looking forward to him doing the sauce bottle one. Okay, domestic tips. Tips for around the house. God, how many more of these are there? Jesus Christ. The next whole section, in fact, maybe the rest of the jokes are going to be like this. They're going to be these horrible lists that aren't funny, and altogether aren't funny. Smell gas? Locate the suspected leak by striking an ordinary match in every room in the house until a loud explosion reveals the source of the gas. To stop nosebleeds, simply place your head between your knees until your heart stops. When you leave the house, simply plug the phone into your video recorder. Not only will it record the caller's voice, but you'll also get a picture of him speaking, probably. Transform your garage into a drive-through restaurant by sitting in your car, lowering your window, and demanding your wife brings you a cup of tea on roller skates. Pretend to be Welsh. That's all it says. No. I wish it's all it said. I wish that's all it said. Pretend to be Welsh would be a better joke and less horrible. Let me read it actually. Pretend to be Welsh by putting coal dust behind your ears, talking gibberish, and singing all the time. If a small child is choking on an ice cube, don't panic. Simply pour a jug of boiling water down its throat and hey presto, the blockage is almost instantly removed. Save electricity on freezing winter nights by simply unplugging your fridge and placing the contents of it on your doorstep. Not funny at all, it's so bad. Help the local police by popping into the mortuary every day to see if you can identify any of the bodies. Yeah, this is real life advice. Yeah, they should have them sprinkled, not dumped in a systematic list at the end. And these don't even count, man. Avoid the morning after hangover. Simply stay drunk past noon. Brighten up dull Monday mornings at work by concealing a bottle of vodka in your jacket pocket and taking swigs from it at regular intervals throughout the day. Reduce boredom at work. Become an alcoholic. Are you sick and tired of using the same jokes over and over? Oh my god. I think I've had a psychotic break and the book is speaking to me. Are you sick and tired of using the same jokes over and over? Why not send them in to be recycled? You'll be saving lots of hot air that otherwise would have affected global warming. And it's spelled affected with an E. Housewives. There's a tip for housewives. When nipping up to the shops, remember to carry a stiff broom in the boot of your car. Use it to sweep the broken glass to the side of the road every time you have a minor accident. This one's for bomb disposal experts' wives. Little niche, but we'll go with it. Keep hubby on his toes by packing his lunchbox with plasticine and an old alarm clock. Bus drivers. Pretend you're an airline pilot by wedging your accelerator pedal down with a heavy book, securing the steering wheel with some old rope, and then strolling back along the bus, chatting casually to the passengers. Hey, this one's for... We got any X-Files fans in the audience? Any X-Files fans? Jan, we're not playing the game. We're telling jokes. I have my game set as golden. I apologize. I should have had it as just talking. But this one's for X-Files fans. You an X-Files fan, Arjan? Then you'll like this one. Create the effect of being abducted by aliens by drinking 2 bottles of vodka. You'll invariably wake up in a strange place the following morning, having had your memory mysteriously erased. Ooh. Wow. Increase blind people's electricity bills by switching all their lights on when their guide dog isn't looking. You are correct. You are correct, sir. But I'm counting it. The book counts it, so I count it. Oh God. Oh, God. A woman goes into a supermarket and she fills her trolley up with the following items. 1 bar of soap. You guys pay attention. This is important. 1 bar of soap. 1 toothbrush. A tube of toothpaste. 1 loaf of bread. 1 pint of milk. 1 serving of cereal. 1 single serve frozen dinner. 1 can of soup for 1. 1 can of light beer. The guy at the checkout looks at her and he says, so I'm guessing you're single. And she goes, she smiles sweetly and goes, why yes, how did you tell? How could you tell? And he goes, 'cause you're ugly. This is not what I want to see when I turn the page. I don't want to see fucking capital letters in a whole 2 pages for 1 joke. Yeah, Jugsy. Checkmate. That's checkmate. Signs collected by a flight attendant along her travels. The sign in a Norwegian lounge reads, "Ladies are requested not to have children in the bar." No. We gotta finish. We gotta get to 295 or 299. Hotel notice in Madrid informs. Plus, all right, we are at the very end of the book, but I started at page like 51 for some reason. That's just the page I started on when I started the Instagram. So We have more. We have some backup jokes to go to. I'm gonna polish these off the back of the book. If we need to, maybe we won't even finish it. I don't know. Hotel notice in Madrid informs: if you wish disinfection enacted in your presence, please cry out for the chambermaid. This is not fun. This is grueling, man. But I got to get through it. I got about 20 more of these. In the window of the Swedish Furrier, the message reads: fur coats made for ladies from their own skin. Room service in a Lisbon hotel. If you wish for breakfast, lift the telephone and ask for room service. This will be enough for you to bring your food up. Polish hotel informs prospective visitors in a flyer. As for the trout served you at the Hotel Monopole, you will be singing its praise to your grandchildren as you lie on your deathbed. The Seville tailor makes clear how he will handle commissions. Order now your summer suit, because his big rush we will execute customers in strict rotation. A dentist's doorway in Istanbul proclaims: American dentist. Tooth floor, like TTA, like 2TH, like tooth. Tooth floor, teeth extracted by latest Methodists. This is like the history one, but like way worse. This is like the history one, but 1,000 times worse. Some German hospitals now display the sign: no children allowed in the maternity wards. A Roman doctor proclaims himself a specialist in women and other diseases. I like that one. That's a good one. I don't know how to say this place. A sign in a Kowloon Hotel? Kowloon? A sign in a Kowloon Hotel? Sign in a Kowloon Hotel warns: it is forbidden to steal hotel towels. Please, if you are not person to do such, is please not to read notice. Visitors in a Czechoslovakian tourist agency are invited to take one of our horse-driven city tours. We guarantee no miscarriages. The sign posted in Germany's Black Forest reads: it is strictly forbidden on our Black Forest camping site that people of different sex, for instance men and women, live together in one tent unless they are married with each other for that purpose. A notice in a Vienna hotel urges: in case of fire, do your utmost to alarm the hall porter. On a Paris hotel elevator, please leave your values at the front desk. In an Athens hotel, visitors are expected to complain at the office between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. daily. On a Belgrade elevator, to move the cabin, push button for wishing floor. If the cabin should enter more persons, each one should press a number of wishing floor. Driving is then going alphabetically by national order. They're using the national decks for the elevators over there. There's a whole nother fucking page. Fuck me. In a Japanese hotel, you are invited to take advantage of the chambermaid. Such bullshit, man. In a Moscow hotel, you are welcome to visit the cemetery where famous Russian and Soviet composers, artists, and writers are buried daily except Thursday. On a Swiss menu, our wines leave you nothing to hope for. I'm feeling that right now. Yeah, this did not need to be 3 pages. You know what? It didn't need to be 1. You could have left this out. We're over the page count is well over 300. Page count goes to 320. He could have left this out. No one would have noticed. On a Polish menu, Salad a firm's own make. Limpid red beet soup with cheesy dumplings in the form of a finger-roasted duck let loose. Beef rashers beaten up in the country people's fashion. Bangkok Dry Cleaners. Drop your trousers here for best results. In a Paris dress shop. Dresses for street walking. Sex working. In a Soviet newspaper. There will be a Moscow exhibition of art by 16,000 Soviet Republic painters and sculptors. These were executed over the past 2 years. At a Swiss mountain inn. Special today. No ice cream. At a Tokyo car rental firm. When passenger of foot have in sight, tootle the horn. Trumpet him melodiously at first, but then if he still obstacles your passage, then tootle him with vigor. At a Mallorcan shop. English well talking. Here speeching American. Dogs versus cats. What is a dog? 1. Dogs lie around all day, sprawled on the most comfortable piece of furniture. They can hear a package of food opening half a block away, but don't hear you when you're in the same room. They can look dumb and lovable all at the same time. When you want to play, they want to play. When you want to be alone, they want to play. They're great at begging. They do disgusting things with their mouths and then try to give you a kiss. Conclusion? Dogs are tiny men in little fur coats. What is a cat? Gee, I wonder where this is going. I wonder what the punchline's going to be here. Cats do what they want and they rarely listen to you. They're totally unpredictable and moody. They whine when they are not happy. When you want to play, they want to be alone. When you want to be alone, they want to play. They expect you to cater to their every whim. They drive you nuts and cost an arm and a leg. Conclusion? Cats are tiny women in little fur coats. Wow. Didn't see that one coming. To be fair, that joke was also men bad, but anyway. Alright, we're appropriately reached the section called Last Laughs. And we're back to normal jokes, back to the normal format. Thank God. Last Laughs. I think this is how the author intended this book to be read. In order. Out loud. On stream. I think this is the author's intention. And we've reached our last laughs. We got 14 jokes to go. Alright. Yeah, home stretch. That's how I'm fucking feeling. This one's some letters. Dear Linda, I have no doubt you understand that you, being a 57-year-old woman, are unable to satisfy my sexual needs. So I'm sure you'll understand that I spend the night at a hotel with my 19-year-old assistant. I'll be home sometime before midnight. Regards, Jeff. Well, Jeff got home and he found a reply note on the kitchen table. Dear Jeff, I've received your letter and I'd like to thank you for your honesty. But I would also like to remind you that you are also 57 years old. And as you know, I'm a university lecturer. And so I will be spending the night in a hotel with my 19-year-old student, Andre. And he's young and virile, much as I'm sure your 19-year-old assistant is. Now, you are a successful businessman, and you're good with numbers. So I'm sure I don't need to explain any further, and I'm sure you'll understand that since I'm 57 with a 19-year-old and you're 57 with a 19-year-old, we're in a similar situation. However, I would remind you that there is a small difference. 19 goes into 57 a lot more than 57 goes into 19. Therefore, I won't be home until sometime tomorrow. Rough one. You gotta do maths. Gotta do some maths for that one. Irishman goes into a pub and he orders three pints of Guinness, and the bartender pours them out, and the man sits there and he sips from the three glasses and he alternates between them so they're even. And then when he finishes all three, he orders another 3 pints of Guinness. And the bartender goes, "Hey, listen, buddy, you don't have to order 3 at a time. You just drink the one, and then when you're getting low, I'll bring you another." And the guy goes, "No, you don't understand. You see, I'm one of 3 brothers, and I've got one brother in Australia and one's in the States, and I'm obviously here in Dublin, and so we made a vow that every Saturday night we'd get together and we'd drink together, even though we're separated by distance. And so these 3 pints represents me and my 3 brothers, and I'm drinking them because we're drinking together." The bartender goes, "Well, isn't that sweet? What a beautiful thing." And that's how it went for a while. And every Saturday, the Irishman would come in and he would order 3 pints. Well, God, I might throw up. All of a sudden, in my guts, I just feel like throwing up. It'd be a nice way to end the stream. One day the Irishman comes in and he only orders 2 pints, and the bartender, he thinks he understands what this means, so he pours and gives him the 2 pints, and he's doing the alternating thing, and then he orders another 2, and he goes, "All right, here's another 2, but let me just say, my condolences about your brother. I assume he must have died." And the Irishman goes, "Oh, no. I just quit drinking." This was an actual joke. Strap yourselves in for an actual joke. A police driver is working a beat in some dead nothing country town, and he's working his beat when, to his surprise, he bumps into another police officer. It's the former police lieutenant, and he's doing the same terrible beat out in the sticks, And he goes, "Lieutenant, this is what's going on? This is where they put you? You got fired? What's going on? You've been demoted? What's going on?" And he goes, "Yeah, man, this is my beat now. Ever since I arrested Judge O'Shanassy on his way to the masquerade ball, ever since then I got demoted. I'm out here. You arrested the judge? What'd you do that for?" Well, he was dressed up like a convict. I thought he was an escapee. Judge was dressed up as a convict, so I arrested him. And the cop goes, "Well, that's life, I guess. I'm sure there's a lesson. There's a moral to this story." And former lieutenant goes, "Oh yeah, there's a moral. The moral is this: never book a judge by his cover." Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Jimbo. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Did I increment for that? I did. I must have. I did. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson go camping together. They pitch a tent out in the woods and they go camping together. And they're sleeping, and then all of a sudden Sherlock Holmes shakes Dr. Watson awake, and he says, "Watson, my boy, I want you to look up at the stars and tell me what you deduce." And Watson goes, "Well, I see millions and millions and millions of stars, and even if only some of them have planets, then it's pretty likely that some of those planets will be like Earth. And if some of those planets are like Earth, then some of those planets probably have life." And Sherlock Holmes goes, "No, Watson, you fucking idiot. Someone stole our tent." Three dead bodies turn up at the morgue, and the coroner um, is filing his reports to the police chief. Now, the interesting thing about these three corpses is they all had big smiles on their faces, and so um, the in the coroner's reports he explained why they all had big smiles on their faces. And so the first body was a 60-year-old Frenchman, and he had a heart attack while making love to his mistress. Hence the smile. The second guy was a Scotsman, 25. He won $1,000 in the state lottery, and he spent it all on whiskey, drank it all. Hence the smile. And the third guy. This is the most curious one. Third guy, Billy Bob from Oklahoma. 30 years old, and he was struck by lightning. And you know why he had a big smile on his face? He thought he was getting his picture taken. Yeah. Yeah, the last couple were okay. The last has been pretty good so far. And then there was that one. I get 10 left. Wow. I guess I'll see. I think there's exactly 10 left. I think 10 gets me exactly to the last joke in the book, which I have looked at and is a joke that true Norm heads will recognize. Although Norm never told this joke. Anyway, so basically I'll finish the book. I'm going to finish the book. No, I have more in the front. Oh, and I have to circle back to one. There was one I was telling and then I fucked it up. I accidentally ruined the punchline. So I wrote it down and I said I was gonna tell it at the end. So I'm gonna finish with that joke. I don't remember if it was good or not, but we're gonna finish with that joke that I fucked up. So there is one more behind. Okay. And we'll finish with that one no matter what. Okay. And if there's only one left, I'll just do 300. I'll do an extra one. That's fine. Freebie. Alright. Where was I? Oh yes. Alright, in the forest, a turtle climbs a tree. And he gets to the top of the tree, and then he jumps off and he starts kicking his legs, and he falls inevitably to the earth. Then he goes back up the tree. Well, not the middle. Not exactly the middle either. Like, okay, this is where I started. So I've done all that. The streams has been this much of the book. This is what I've streamed. So that's where I started. So there's some of the start. There's about 50 pages at the start. But I'm on page 312. So, alright. Anyway, the turtle climbs the tree, jumps off, kicks his legs, and he does this over and over and over again. And then there are some birds watching this, and one of them leans to the other bird and goes, I think we should tell him he's adopted. Alright. I can't tell if they're getting better or I'm getting more stupid. Two little boys are watching TV and with their parents, and the mother gives a little signal to the dad, like, "Hey, let's go fuck," you know. And so the dad's like, "All right, yeah, absolutely, absolutely." We know from the difference between cats and dogs that man's going to say yes. Anyway, they go upstairs and they say, "You two stay down here and watch TV. We'll be back in a little bit." The parents go upstairs. Well, the older of the two boys gets a little suspicious, and so he creeps upstairs and he peeks into their bedroom. Well, then he comes backstairs and he's shaking his head with disapproval, and he goes to his little brother, "Come with me." And so they both go upstairs and they tiptoe up to the door. And, right before the older boy opens it, so they can take a peek, he prepares his little brother and he tells him, "Now, I want you to keep in mind that this is the same woman used to kick our asses for sucking our thumbs." I have a picture of the boys. There's the boys. There's the boys. I like that one. and an English anthropologist. This is also a good one, and I've told it before, and I actually like it. Reading it again, I don't know if I liked it when I told it before. Reading again, I actually like this one. An English anthropologist is doing research on an isolated African village, and he goes to the tribal chief, and he hears that yes, Phil got it all from this book. He got it all from the nasty book. So he got all the ideas. And he hears from the tribal chief that they're very busy this afternoon because they're having a trial. And the anthropologist says, "Oh, can I sit in on a trial?" And absolutely, of course you can. And the chief tells him, "Well, actually, you might be a little surprised. We actually based our legal proceedings off the English legal system. You know, and we've read many court documents and newspaper articles, and and that's sort of how we developed our judicial system. You know, and the Englishman's like, oh, okay, well let's check it out, and so they go, and to his surprise, there's a beautiful wooden courthouse. Looks just like an English courthouse. Um, and all the lawyers are dressed in long black robes, and they've got their powdered wigs, and they're all speaking in beautiful, eloquent, unlike me, eloquent English legalese. You know, extremely formal. It's basically exactly the same as a trial would be in England. Um, However, there was one strange difference that the anthropologist noticed, and it's hard not to notice, is that every now and then, every 20 minutes or so, a woman would run through the courthouse, um, like naked, and like wave her arms and tits around, you know, and she'd run around for a minute and then leave. And it was an interesting trial. And then after the trial, the anthropologist asked the tribal chief. He goes, "Well, it was very impressive. It was very much like our legal system, but I'm a little confused. Why was there that woman that kept running through the courthouse, the naked woman running around and making a fool of herself? What was with that?" And the chief admits. He goes, "Well, I really don't know what the purpose of that woman is, but in everything we read, in all the articles and the court documents we read, about the British trials, it was invariably something about an excited titter running through the gallery. So we did our best." This joke's insane. This joke's like written, and all the dialogue is like written like Irish speak. I don't even understand it, but I think I understand what's going on. Anyway, um, I think this is very strange. I think I know what the joke's getting at, so I'm just going to tell what's actually happening in the joke. All right. Barty old Bart is trapped in a bog, and he's trapped in a bog with a horse. It's like on the there's like a horse's head and body, and they're both trapped in the bog. And Big Mick is walking by, and Buddy yells out, "Hey, Big Mick, pull me out of the bog!" And Mick's like, "Well, I'm the strongest man in Ireland. I can definitely pull you out of the bog. Obviously I can't pull that horse out of the bog, but whatever. I can surely pull you out of the bog, Buddy." And so he tries to pull Barty out of the bog, but there's no go, and he just keeps trying and trying and trying, and he's trying and trying and trying, and eventually he gives up and he goes, "I'm sorry, Barty. There's nothing I can do. Maybe your horse could pull you out of the bog, but your horse is in the bog, Barty. I can't pull you out of the bog. I don't know. I'm sorry, mate. I can't do it. I know I'm Big Mick, but sorry, Barty. I can't do it. Can't pull you out of the bog." And then Barty goes, "Do you think it'd help if I took my feet out of the stirrups?" One night, guy breaks into a house, and he's trying to steal the TV. And all of a sudden, he hears a voice say, "Jesus is watching." It spooks him, right? So he looks around the room with his flashlight, and he sees in the corner of the room is a cage with a parrot in it. And he breathes a sigh of relief, and he goes, "Hello, pretty Polly." And the bird goes, "Jesus is watching." And he goes, "What's your name there, bird?" And the bird goes, "My name's Moses." And he goes, "Well, that's a silly name for a bird." And the bird goes, "You think that's silly? The Rottweiler's name is Jesus." Overheard in the suburbs. At last overheard. Overheard in the suburbs. This is a neighbor to little Tommy. "What are you up to there, Tommy?" "My goldfish died. I've just buried him." "Well, geez, Tommy, that's an awfully big hole for a goldfish, isn't it?" And Tommy goes, "Yeah, that's because he's inside your stupid cat." Yeah, because there are exactly 4 jokes left in this book on this end. And then I have the one I'm going to retell. The one I fucked up, I'm going to tell properly. Because I abandoned telling it. Because I didn't want to ruin the punchline. Because I think it's probably in the top 10 percentile of jokes in this book. Although I might be wrong. I don't actually remember what it is. So that'll make a clean 300. Pretty good. And we'll definitely stop there. I'm fucking starving. I'm going to make some fried rice. And chill out. Chill out. Nice New Year's Eve alone. And gonna enjoy it. Just enjoy myself, play a little RuneScape, and chill out. Don't worry. I'm not like a sad sack. I'm not like a sad sack. I'm going to a festival. On New Year's Day, where I'll be having a lot of fun. Well, thank you, Moonraker, for the sub. That makes it a clean 300. All right. How beautiful is that? How beautiful is that? 5 jokes. The last 5 jokes. So good. Okay. there's a nationwide search for the country's best poet. And it's a lot of stiff competition, but eventually it comes down to two finalists. Man who's a Yale graduate, and the other kid, just a guy from the country. Very final contest is to write a poem using the word Timbuktu. The Yale graduate goes first. Allow me to recite. We love the poem. The poems are the best part of this book. So I haven't read them yet. I'm looking forward to these poems. This is the Yale graduate's poem. Slowly across the desert sand trekked the lonely caravan. Men on camels, 2 by 2. Destination, Timbuktu. The audience goes wild. They think there's no way this kid from the country is going to beat that wonderful poem. But he stands up and gives it a go. Me and Tim a hunting went. Met 3 whores in a pop-up tent. There were 3... Sorry, let me start again. Me and Tim a hunting went. Met 3 whores in a pop-up tent. They were 3 and we were 2. So I bucked 1 and Tim bucked 2. Sex workers. All right. The children at a Catholic boarding school are all lined up in the cafeteria, and there's a big bowl of apples in the cafeteria, and the nuns have put a little note in front of the apples saying, "Please only take 1. God is watching." And so a kid put a sign next to the big bowl of chocolate chip cookies. Take as many as you want. God's watching the apples. This is an old chestnut. So one day Peter wakes up from with a horrible hangover. He can barely open his eyes, but when he does, the first thing he sees is some Panadol and a glass of water on his bedside table. And he pulls himself up and he takes the Panadol, and then he sees all of his clothes from the night before are perfectly washed and ironed and hanging. And he notices that the bedroom is spotless, and then he gets up and he starts making his way to the kitchen. He notices the whole house is spotless. Everything's beautiful. And then he finds a note on the kitchen table, and it says, "Honey, there's breakfast on the stoves for you. I've just gone to do some shopping. Love you." Sure enough, there's a beautiful breakfast, full English, waiting for him, warming on the stove. And his daughter Victoria happened to be there, eating breakfast as well. And he goes, "Victoria, what happened last night? I don't remember." And she goes, "Well, Dad, last night you came home at 3 a.m. You were drunk. You stumbled all over the place. You broke some furniture. You threw up in the hallway and all over yourself. You bumped into a door and gave yourself a black eye. Then you stumbled Then you stumbled and collapsed on the bed. And Peter goes, well, if that's the case, then how come everything looks so good? And she goes, well, when Mum went to take your pants off, you said, hey, get off me, lady, I'm married. That joke. It's that classic joke. Speaking of classic jokes, this is a variation on a joke Larry King told to Norm Macdonald. Oh, actually, it's 2 jokes. I misread it. I actually have 2 more jokes in the back here. So you know what? We'll do 301. We'll do 301. Why not? Couple of nerds hanging out. Nah, a nerd's hanging out on the university campus, and his other nerd friend pulls up on a brand new shiny Schwinn. and the other nerd goes, hey, where'd you get that brand new shiny Schwinn, my friend? And he goes, well, yesterday I was in my front lawn, and this pulchritudinous woman came up on a bike, and she jumped off the bike and threw it in front of her, and she ripped off all of her clothes and threw those in front of her, and she opened up her arms and said, take anything you want. And yeah, so I took the bike. And the other nerd was like, you know what? That's the right choice. You know, the clothes probably wouldn't have fit. Now, Larry told this joke. It was prison related, but this one is Larry and the Devil. It's a dialogue. The Devil's goes to Larry, hey Larry, why are you so miserable? And Larry goes, well, what do you think, mate? I'm in fucking hell. And the Devil's like, hey man, hell's not so bad. We have plenty of fun down here in hell. Say, Larry, do you like to drink? And Larry goes, yeah, I like to drink. The Devil goes, well, you're gonna love Mondays. On Mondays, all we do is drink. Beer, whiskey, tequila, Guinness, wine coolers, anything you want. A bang. We drink until we throw up, and we drink some more. And Larry's like, oh, that sounds great. Say, Larry, are you a smoker? Oh my god, you better believe I love smoking. My favorite thing in the world. Oh, you're gonna love Tuesdays. Tuesdays, we get the greatest Cuban cigars, we smoke our lungs out. Oh my god, you get cancer? Doesn't matter. You're already dead. Puff, puff away. And Larry's like, wow, that's pretty good. That's pretty damn good. He goes, now Larry, you like drinking, you like smoking. I bet you like gambling. And Larry's like, oh my god. Yes, I love to gamble. Oh my god. Well, guess what? Wednesday, you can gamble all you want. We got everything. Blackjack, poker, roulette, slots, craps, whatever you want. Whatever you want. And hey, you go bankrupt? Doesn't matter. You're already dead. You're already in hell. How much worse could it get? Now, Larry, you struck me as the kind of guy who's into drugs. Devil, now you are speaking my language. I love drugs. Now, Devil, you're not telling me. Oh yeah, Thursday's drug day here in hell. Help yourself to a great big bowl of crack. Or smack. You know, you can smoke a bong the size of a submarine. You can do all the drugs you want. And hey, you don't have to worry about overdosing. You're already dead. OD as much as you want. It's drug day. Oh my god. Devil. I had no idea. Hell was so great. This is great. Oh man. This really cheered me up. Oh my god. Hell is so great. The devil's like, you see? Not so bad here. Now, Larry, tell me, are you gay? You ain't gonna like Friday, Larry. You ain't gonna like Friday. Anyway, that man's name was Larry King. Rest in peace, Larry King. It actually is Larry in the book, which is funny because Larry told that joke on Norm Macdonald Live. Alright. That's 300. We did it. 300 jokes before the end of the year. 365 jokes told this year by Sam Sholton. We did it. 365. We hit 365. Let's do a bonus one. Let's do one bonus one. It's on page 107. Oh, yes. This is the one I screwed up. I remember... I might just read it verbatim so I don't screw it up. Oh, Jugsy subscribed tier 1. Thank you, Jugsy. Here's the bonus joke. That paid for the bonus joke, so it's not a freebie. Not a freebie. But thank you. Thank you for making it not a freebie. Okay. This is a long joke, and I fucked it up last time. I don't want to fuck it up again. I gotta... Okay. But if you guys, if anyone was here early on in the first stream, maybe around hour 2 or 3, you'll remember I abandoned a joke halfway through, and it was the one with the little boy selling stuff to the guy in the closet. Okay, so we're gonna tell that joke again, and we're gonna get it right this time. Okay, this time we're gonna get it right. Okay. Okay. Last joke. So a married woman is having an affair, okay? And whenever she brings her boy toy over, she this is also a very dark joke. She locks her 9-year-old son in the closet so he doesn't disturb them. And that's just what she does. And she does this all the time. And then one day, she has her lover over. Her 9-year-old's locked in the closet. She can hear a car pulling into the driveway. It's her husband. So what she does is she pushes her lover into the closet with the 9-year-old, and they hide in there together. Now, inside the closet, little boy says to the priest, "Fuck! I fucked it up again. No, I really fucked it up. No, I really fucked up the punchline. Well, I should have read it verbatim. It's a good joke, too. Whoops. So instead, I'll tell the first joke of the book. Because I do owe a joke. Now I do actually owe a joke. I don't want to have a joke debt, so I'll tell the first joke in the book. Let's go. Alright. Father asks his 9-year-old son, a lot of 9-year-olds going around, if he knows about the birds and the bees. And Johnny bursts into tears. And he goes, "Oh, I don't want to know." And the kid's dad's like confused, like, "Johnny, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" And he goes, "Oh, Dad, at age 6, I got the 'there's no Santa' speech, At age 7, I got the 'there's no Easter Bunny' speech. At age 8, you hit me with 'there's no tooth fairy.' If you're about to tell me that grown-ups don't even fuck, then there's nothing to even live for. There we go. That's it. That's the stream. Thank you. Thank you. 300 jokes in 2 days. Well, hey, you guys want to see a Christmas present I got? It's really going to revolutionize the stream. It's really going to revolutionize the stream. God, this is such a retarded present. Such an insane present I got. Guys, welcome to the gaming zone. Guys, now that the jokes are over, we can go back to the gaming zone. I need to get this on the wall somewhere. Welcome to the gaming zone. I'm in the gaming zone, bro. Bro, you in the gaming zone? Bro, welcome to the gaming zone. I'm in the gaming zone. You guys gotta join me. You guys gotta join me in the gaming zone. I'm playing GoldenEye in the gaming zone. I don't know what you're doing, but I'm playing GoldenEye in the gaming zone. I'm in the gaming zone, baby. I'm in the gaming zone. I'm in the gaming zone, bro. You're nothing, because I'm in the gaming zone. I'm in the gaming zone. Ooh, welcome to the gaming zone. It's such an insane present to get me, but it's actually great. I was fucking pissing myself when I opened it. So, 2024 is when we enter the gaming zone, okay? Just so you understand, we're entering the gaming zone in 2024. 2024, no more bullshit. We're entering the gaming zone, okay? None of this bullshit. We're entering the gaming zone, okay? Entering the gaming zone. When's gaming zone? It's right now. Right now, we're entering the gaming zone, okay? This is the gaming zone. You understand? This is the gaming zone. Okay? Yeah, it's pretty bright, isn't it? And hey, if you think this is some cheap LED on some plastic that came from that's made by Anko, the Kmart brand, you're wrong. Okay? This is diamond encrusted neon. Okay, this is a quality piece of equipment here. That's why it looks like I'm being irradiated right now. Okay, that's why the gaming zone looks like it's irradiating me. You know why? Because it is. It is irradiating me. But I'm in the gaming zone. I'm in the gaming zone club, so I get special pills that make me immune to the radiation of the gaming zone sign. Okay? You understand? And that's why I am in the gaming zone and you are not in the gaming zone. You have to work for it, and then you can join me in the gaming zone. Okay? Glad we got that sorted out. Anyway. I'm hungry as fuck. Time to cook. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'm glad I did that. We got the jokes done. We did it. We did it. Debt-free. Time for my debt-free scream. Thanks, Dave Ramsey. You're either in the gaming zone or you're not. That's true. There's two types of people in this world. People in the gaming zone and people not. And so I don't care what the book says. The book says there's three types of people in this world. People who can count and people who can't. Nice joke. There are two types of people in this world. People in the gaming zone and people not in the gaming zone. Guess which one you are? And then take a guess which one I am. Okay? Take a guess which one I am. Okay? Alright. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye. I'm going to enjoy the last 3 hours of 2023. Alone. In the gaming zone. Capiche? Fuck this. We're going to end stream angry. I don't give a fuck.
I'm quitting this stream. I'm sorry. I can't take it anymore. I need to take a break today. I'm sorry. I can't. We'll cover
New strats.
later. I really appreciate the moderators. I appreciate your watching. I am so fucking frustrated with stupid.
GoldenEye.
It's been over a year. It's making me want to quit. I can't keep doing this if they're gonna
Troll every run.
which clearly.
R-Pace.
So I really apologize. I appreciate you tuning in. I can't do this broadcast anymore. I'm done right now with this broadcast. If there's
Strats.
tonight, I'll do it later. But I'm sorry. I got to get off the air. Hey, thank you
Mantle69. Perfect Days. Gus.
for your support, but I gotta take a break. It's been a fucking year of this. I'm too frustrated. They just don't give a crap about
My PBs.
I've told them this a million times. I'm a
Great speed runner.
with over 150,000
Attempts.
I've done over 1,000, well, probably close to 2,000.
PBs.
Never break the rules, and they just
Troll.
every
Run.
I do. So that's it. I'm wrapping it up. I'm sorry. I know I like to cover more. I got to take a break. I can't.